Good morning, everybody. This is the Committee of the Whole meeting of the Municipality of the County of Annapolis. I'll start off with roll call. District 1,
Bruce Prout,
District 2,
Brian Fuzzy Connell,
District 3 is myself, District 4,
Clyde Berto.
District 5,
Lynn Longmire.
District 6,
Alec Morrison.
District 7,
David Hudson.
District 8,
Michael Gunn.
District 9,
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10,
Brad Redden.
and District 11.
Diane LeBlanc, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I know there are a couple of late additions. Mr. Cotw, you have one, legal fees.
Yes, that's correct.
So we're going to put the late additions just before the in-camera part of the agenda. So it'll be, I'll call it, 7A. So legal fees is 1. And Councilor LeBlanc will be reporting from the nominating committee with respect to the selection for the recruitment committee. And that'll be another late addition under 7A.
Thank you.
Are there any other additions or removals from the agenda?
Yes, Warden Pierce. I would like to put a Old Bridgetown Elementary School on as an addition.
Okay, and what can I ask you what you intend to raise with respect to that subject, or?
I just want to bring it up for basically to just ask for information on it. I guess myself, as well as the CAO and perhaps as well Councilor Longmire, have received questions from some citizens on the old school, and basically from a perspective of, what are we going to do with it in the future?
Okay, well, that's
perhaps
fair.
we would.
So we'll leave you to discuss it in detail. I'm happy to put that on as long as it's not calling for any decision or anything today.
No.
So that'll be under late additions. Are there any other additions? No.
Warden,
Mr. Cotw?
did you address the 2 deletions that are on the agenda?
Yeah, I think that, sure. Do you want to do those now or when we come to them? It's up to you.
I thought since in terms of the agenda, I just wanted to mention that we're looking to delete 2 items from the agenda.
Okay.
One is item 5D to do with provincial minimum mandatory planning, and that's because it has an impact on next year's budget, and I thought perhaps we best put it off until budget discussions. And so we're withdrawing that one, and we're withdrawing 5F, tax exemption and reduction policy. There's just circumstances have changed a bit on that, so we're just withdrawing 5F.
Okay. All right. Any other changes to the agenda? I don't see any hands up. So with those changes that we've just done, I've got 3 additions and 2 removals. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
As amended, yes.
As amended, Councilor LeBlanc, seconded by Deputy Warden Gunn. Any further discussion with respect to the approval of the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, we'll go to the minutes, and there are 3 Committee of the Whole minutes that we're reviewing today. The first is the regular Committee of the Whole meeting held on January the 12th, 2021. Are there any comments with respect to those minutes? I do have one. If you turn to page 26 of 125 of the package, I don't know how this happened, but this is a
Okay.
repeat. This is a duplicate of the minutes that's found earlier in our package under January 12th. So that page is just a duplicate, and I'm just really clarifying. Yes, Clerk, Madam Clerk.
That is there for business arising from the minutes so that you can see where the business arose from.
I see. And what particular business was it referring to?
It's the top item, the Community Recreation Association. I think it's the first item under business arising from the minutes.
Oh, okay.
The highlight doesn't show very well in black and white.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments with respect to the minutes of January the 12th? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote for approval of those minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Who's
Opposed?
the mover? Who's
You
the
need a mover and a seconder,
We
please.
need a move.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Councilor Barto moves the approval. Deputy Warden Gunn seconds. Sorry about that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. Next, the minutes of January 26th, 2021. Any changes to those minutes? I have one. If you turn to page 13 of 125, about 2/3 of the way down, the last line under new business, it says, the warden noted there are 2 outstanding lawsuits, one with Valley Waste and one with the parties. That should be, for clarification, that should be municipalities instead of parties. So one litigation is with Valley Waste and one is with the municipalities.
I read.
Any other comments with respect to those minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve those minutes with that amendment. Deputy Warden Gunn moves, Councillor Sheridan seconds. Any further discussion with respect to those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. Next is the special committee of the whole meeting on February the 2nd, 2021, which dealt with the internet issues. Are there any comments with respect to those minutes? I have one. If you turn to page 17 of 125. Around the middle of the page under Eagle Telecom. It's Grant Krausen presented. Now help me out with this. He is the single contact between Hatch, the county's representative, and Eagle. So he's Eagle, right? Mr. Krausen
Correct.
is,
That's correct.
is somebody from Eagle.
Mhm.
Oh, I see. So he's the contact with, it should be with Hatch. I guess that's why I was confused. So he's the contact with Hatch, or between Hatch and Eagle.
So my question is does he work for Hatch or Eagle?
Well, he
Works for
works for
Eagle,
Eagle.
doesn't
Works for Eagle. Works for Eagle. He's the Eagle representative.
So he is our representative. There you go.
He's the contractor's representative.
Oh,
he? Mhm.
and contract presentation that one.
I thought Hatch was overseeing the project for ourselves.
That's right, Hatch
They
is.
are. That's correct.
It's just the wording here that he's. Mr. Krausen is the representative of Eagle and communicates with Hatch, I guess. Is what,
Yeah,
I guess when I look at this, it confused me when I read it. I guess I'm seeing now that it might be accurate, but it's still somewhat confusing to me.
yeah. The word between, though, I think is correct because we know he's with Eagle and he contacts or he has communication with Hatch, who's looking after our interests.
Yeah,
It is, yeah.
yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, with that clarification, I think we can leave it.
If
Councillor,
it said he was a contact between Eagle and Hatch instead of Hatch and Eagle, it would have been clearer, I think.
Councillor Redden?
The bottom of 17 of 125 there, it says I inquired after additional funding. I inquired after additional funding and the line of sight towers. Just especially because the response from Mr. McGinnis was about the line of sight towers.
Okay. Any other comments with respect to the minutes? Seeing none, with that one amendment to the minutes, would someone move their approval? Deputy Warden Gunn, seconded by Councillor Redden. Further discussion with respect to the minutes of February the 2nd, 2021. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. Next, business arising from the minutes. First one is the remuneration for the warden, deputy warden, and councillors policy. And just finding the
Page 21.
page 21 of 125, right. Ms. Campbell, were you going to speak to this?
Sure, I can. It reflects what I believe was the consensus of Committee of the Whole and Council in regards to making a change to delete the words requiring proof of a tax-free savings account because it isn't legally required for this benefit to receive this benefit.
Correct. This arises out of my situation where I wasn't eligible to receive the pension, and the policy as it stands said that I got the remuneration in light of in exchange for that if I had a tax-free savings account, and I was told it didn't matter if I had a tax-free savings account. So we're just changing the policy to reflect that. Any further comments? Councillor Redden? You're muted, Councillor Redden.
Sorry about that. I have a couple comments, but they're not about this section of this policy. Is this an appropriate time, or should we bring the policy back in another committee?
I would think you should raise it with Ms. Campbell and have a discussion. And if it's going to come back, then there should be a staff report or something so that we know what the issue is you're going to bring up.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just wanted clarification. I thought this was a good time to do it.
Yeah. Any other comments with respect to the change to this policy? Councillor LeBlanc?
I was just wondering, with this change to the policy, the 9% would go directly on where? In a bank account, or does it go, just so I'm ahead of the game?
Ms. Campbell?
So the pension equivalent is issued at the same time as normal remuneration.
Mm-hmm.
So for counselors that are eligible to participate in the pension plan, it's deducted as it is with employees on our regular payroll to go into the pension fund.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody receiving the pension equivalent would receive it as part of their remuneration, and it is a taxable benefit.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell.
Any other questions with respect to this amendment? Councillor Barteau?
On second thought, I think that I might bring that up with Don Campbell and we'll enlarge on that.
Speak up, please.
It's a little bit, it's related to that, but I think I'll discuss it with Don first.
Thank you. Any other comments with respect to what's on the table? Do you have your hand up, Deputy Warden? No? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote let's see, the recommendation is here. I guess I should read it out. The recommendation is that 7-day notice be given for municipal council to amend 1.2.1 remuneration for warden, deputy warden, and councillors policy by deleting in section 7, quote, subject to providing proof that he/she has established an instrument such as tax-free savings account or other suitable investment instrument for this purpose. It's moved by Deputy Warden. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sheridan. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. The next item on the agenda is the Bridgetown Community Recreation Association. And Mr. Cotw, you're going to speak to that?
Yes, Warden, through you to council. It was identified here that this was
Excuse me.
a pool.
Should I declare an interest here? And how will I do that?
That's a good question.
Who's going to fix that?
Madam Clerk?
You can just right now declare an interest and I can put you in the waiting room.
Okay, fine.
You have to declare it out loud and the reason why you are declaring an interest, please.
Okay, I want to declare a conflict of interest as I am the treasurer for the Bridgetown Recreation Association.
So I'm going to, you're going to leave the room and then I'll let you back in.
That's done, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cotw?
Warden, through you to council. It was identified here that this was a pool grant. It really isn't a grant. It was identified in our budget as our, I guess, contribution towards the Bridgetown Community Center. So there was another amount of about 12,000 that had gone to the arena, but the $8,000 figure that you see here was really intended for the pool, and because the pool was shut down, the funds hadn't been used. So recognizing obviously that there has been a shortfall of revenue for that community center, it might be that council might want to direct me to come back with a report on what we recommend. On this instance, it's suggesting that the grant was due and it should have been given to them, but it's really not a grant. It was part of our operating budget. So I'm seeking from council your direction to get back to you with a report on how best to do this. I mean, or you might want to discuss it now, and if you feel that it should be funds granted to them, then we can do so. But at this stage, it is part of our operating budget. Thanks, Warden.
Would someone like to move that we get a staff report to explain this more fully, and then we deal with this at the next committee of the whole meeting?
I'll move that.
Councillor LeBlanc moves that. Deputy Warden seconds it. Is there any discussion with respect to asking for a staff report to explain this in more detail and putting it on the agenda for the next committee of the whole meeting? Seeing none. I did have a motion on the floor, did I not? Yeah. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. So we're now down to new business.
Just give me a moment, please. I got to finish typing and then I have to let the counselor back in the room.
Well, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, can't leave him out there.
I capture times here.
Councillor Hudson, you're back in?
I'm back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just so you know, we asked for a staff report for further explanation with respect to the situation here, and we're going to bring that back onto the next committee of the whole meeting. Okay.
I thought that was asked at the previous committee of the whole, but I stand to be corrected on that.
So we're now down to new business, the Bridgetown Community Rate Report. Mr. Cotw, do you want to speak to that?
Warden, through you to council, there was some discussion on community rate, and this was brought forward by Councillor Hudson. And what I'd like to request of council, sorry, what I'd like to request of council is let me just begin by saying that the community rate and the tax rate that was struck for Bridgetown all happened through proceedings with the UARB and the former council. So if staff is to get involved in trying to determine whether a rate is appropriate or not appropriate, it really should involve a much bigger discussion. And as you will know, and as you will see from the studies that were done previously on how these rates were struck by the UARB and the former council, it's quite complex. It would probably take us, I'm saying months. It's not even weeks and days. It's months to be able to come up with something that's fair. And I know all of council will want to be involved, because as soon as we touch a rate on on one end, the impact will be on other districts or other areas. So in discussing it with the warden, we thought it best to strike an ad hoc committee of council to look into all of this. It's going to take some time. It's going to involve a lot of the staff, and perhaps some of the councils may want to be on this ad hoc committee. And that's really where we're at. There's no easy answer to the questions that have been posed by Councillor Hudson on behalf of the Bridgetown community. But it is one of those that it's not something that we can address here and in a discussion. It is really, it's quite involved. So with that, Warden, I'm just going to ask if there's any appetite to strike an ad hoc committee to look into this whole thing and come back with a recommendation to council.
Is there any comments with respect to the suggestion that we strike an ad hoc committee and report, Councillor Connell?
My concern is the transition money completed, all done? For taking Bridgetown over?
Does anybody know the answer to that? Ms. Ord?
Okay, so what do you mean by transition money? That's money that came from the province?
Yes.
Yeah, last year was our last year in that 5-year allotment. However, we haven't received the 1920 money from them yet. I'm not sure what the holdup is. I'm constantly in contact with Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And yeah, they paid us it was about $380,000 a year over a 5-year period just for capital projects. However, I'm having a difficult time getting that last draw of money from them. Maybe they're waiting to see an actual project.
But it's completed, as far as that was their commitment.
That's right.
Okay.
Any other comments, Councillor Hudson?
Just one quick question. Is the UARB still involved in this process? I know they were there at the beginning, but are they still involved? And do they still oversee that rate?
Can anyone answer that question?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't hear from them. I just don't know if we have the legal right to go in and change any of those rates. And I don't even know who I would ask. Maybe Mark with housing, municipal housing affairs.
Mr. Cotw, can you help us out?
Yeah, the the UARB sets the rates at the time it did through transition. And if there was a 5-year, and I don't know what limitation they put on it, but generally what they do is they strike it so that the new council, the incoming new council after consolidation or dissolution, doesn't have to concern itself with that decision making. I think on a go forward basis, it is this council or future councils that can change those rates, but it has to be with the information in front of you. You have to know if you increase here, it decreases somewhere else. If you decrease somewhere else, it's going to increase somewhere else. It's just an up and down thing. You still have to collect the same revenues, but if it's complex. It is this council's responsibility now. I don't think the UARB would be involved unless there was a need to, and I can't see what the need is right now.
Yeah.
Any other
Well, anyway,
comments?
it was just a one-time involvement.
Usually,
Warden?
Warden, through you to the council, usually that's what it is. They establish the framework. The framework is based on a lot of study. The council would probably want to review that study, so when you're making your new decisions, what parameters were used for that distribution of debt or whatever it is that was, I guess, made by the UARB.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Municipalities are creatures of the province. Now, is there any chance, maybe it's just a clerical error too, that the province hasn't sent us that last year's money, but is there any chance that they could redirect that money that was allotted to us for this transition into a racetrack?
Ms. Ord, can you respond to that?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so the province promised us a bunch of money for 5 years for
Right.
their disillusionment of Bridgetown. Could
Yeah.
they redirect some of that money in the last year as and say, oh, well, we built you this track over here. Could it be directed to that?
No, there was a legal letter written outlining what that money could be spent on.
Okay.
And up to this point, we've just really been keeping it in a reserve account because for $381 a year, you're not going to do much capital project. So we could accumulate that money and maybe work on a much larger project.
Did you say 381,000 a year?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments with respect to the suggestion that we strike an ad hoc committee regarding the Bridgetown rates? Any other comments? I think before I guess maybe I'm going to divide it in two. I guess the first motion would be with respect to should we strike a committee, and then perhaps we could have a second motion to determine how the committee should be, who the representatives on the committee should be and how we should determine that. So I think I will break it down into two. So I think I'll ask first for a motion that we strike an ad hoc committee to review the Bridgetown rates. Would someone like to make that motion? Deputy Warden Bruce, Councillor Hudson, seconds. Further discussion on striking this special committee, ad hoc committee? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, with respect to the committee, I'll just say off the top of my head that I would think that Councillor Hudson and myself, since we're the councillors that represent Bridgetown, should be on the committee. And I also think there should be two others to represent, if I could put it this way, the rest of the county on that committee as well. So I see at first blush 4 councillors two of whom being Councillor Hudson and myself, and I'm happy to hear other suggestions. Any other comments with respect to the constitution of the committee? Councillor Prout?
Thank you. I'm thinking back to a former career in teaching. When you have a committee of four, how do you settle a tie? I'm wondering if I agree that the two councillors from Bridgetown should be on. I'm wondering if we should have perhaps three other councillors from the county. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me, Councillor Prout. I think that's a good idea. Any other comments with respect to the constitution of the committee? Deputy Warden?
We'll be looking for motions for people to be on that, the other three people on that committee.
Traditionally, what we did in the, with respect to the recruitment committee is we asked people to put their name forward and then we drew out of a hat. I guess we could do it that way. It's a little cumbersome, but it's fair, that's for sure. Any other comments with respect to the constitution of the committee? Councillor Hudson?
Should our CAO be part of that committee?
Oh, I'm sure there'll be a lot of staff on
Okay.
that committee. There'll be the CAO, and I'm sure the Ms. Ord will be on it, and likely Ms. Campbell will assist us in working through all the complex matters that committee will have to deal with. So, Councillor LeBlanc?
So what I was going to ask is, are we having councillors send their names in to Louis or to you or to whom?
No, not to me, but whether it's you or Mr. Cotw, it doesn't matter to me. Before we did it through the nominating committee, Councillor LeBlanc, I'm happy to do that again.
So that's why I'm asking, is it going through nominating again or not?
I think it worked well last time. Unless somebody disagrees, let's do that again. So I'm looking for comments right now. I'm going to suggest that we're looking at a motion where there would be 5 councillors on this committee, two from Bridgetown being Councillor Hudson and myself, and 3 others. And then I think we understand that the nominating committee will ask for people who want to go on the committee. So is there Councillor LeBlanc?
I'll intervene one more time. Sorry. Being it's an ad hoc committee, usually what was done was people would show their interest at council, their names would be put down, and then from there, if there were too many, they'd just draw from the hat immediately. No just waiting down the line. So I'm wondering why we can't do that. Is there a reason why we're not doing it that way?
You're suggesting people just indicate today their interest?
That's usually what would happen. If I'm incorrect, then I can have somebody else correct me on that one.
I'm easy. I just thought that since it just came up today, now people might want to think about it, but I'm easy. Any other comments on the selection, how we go through the choosing of the other 3? I'm not seeing anything. So we've passed a motion that we're going to have an ad hoc committee. Let me keep breaking it down, and I'm going to ask for a motion that there be 5 councillors on the committee, being Councillor Hudson and myself and 3 others. Would someone like to make that motion? Sure. Councillor LeBlanc, and seconded by Councillor Prout. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments with respect to the number of councillors and constitution on the committee? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, we're going to have an ad hoc committee. There's going to be 5 councillors. the two from Bridgetown and three others. The next question is, how are we going to select the other three? Councillor LeBlanc has suggested that those that would be interested indicate their interest today, and then we'll draw them out of a hat. The other alternative is to have people send an email to Councillor LeBlanc as the chair of the nominating committee, and that those names be drawn out of a hat. Anybody, any discussion on those two possibilities? Councillor Sheridan.
So I'm in agreement to have a little time to think about it before jumping right into something. So if it's okay, I would prefer just having some time to think about it before putting my name forward.
Okay, I see you nodding, Deputy Warden. Are you?
Same, I was going to say the exact same thing. Thank you.
Would you two like to make a, sorry.
We could get a hold of Diane in the next day or a couple of days. She could put a time limit on it. And those who want to be considered for it could send her their name and they can put their names in a hat. Okay. She can submit them to Wanda, and Wanda can do the drawing.
Yeah, we've got a track record here. It worked out well last time, I think. Councillor LeBlanc, you wanted to say something else?
Yes, and I'll add to that. And I have no problem everybody sending me their names through email, so that way I have I have a background with it. And but what I'm thinking is, if we gave a week, so let's just say everybody sends their name, I'll report them to Wanda. Wanda can have it. We can just draw it at the next council meeting and have it decided then.
Sounds good to me.
Carolyn has.
Madam Clerk, did you want to say something?
So these are all recommendations to council. It might be a cleaner process if the names are already there and it goes as a recommendation to council.
So how do we clean it up?
Well, we're not going to select the names today if we're doing it out of a hat, I don't think.
Well, people could, after this meeting, send their name in to Councillor LeBlanc. We can set a Zoom meeting for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock and draw the names, and I can still get them on the agenda for next week.
Well, to be honest with you, I think that some councillors would like to think about it. I don't think I want to press them to do it tomorrow. And the other thing is, this process is going to take months, so I don't think there's a rush necessarily to I think we could have like we did last time, just a special draw, like we did with respect to the recruitment committee. And I'd like to give councillors until, say, Monday of next week to send the names into Councillor LeBlanc. And once the names are in, then whenever it's convenient to us, we can have a special draw. Seems like that's a logical way to do it. Any other comments? Councillor Redden, were you wanting to make a comment?
Yeah, it's got somewhat clarification. We have to draft a policy for an ad hoc committee, don't we, to move forward with it? So we need no? No, okay. So I was just wondering about notice we had to give and stuff like that. But if there's no policy, then there's no notice. So I'm done.
Any other comments?
There is a policy around ad hoc committees. You may include a parameter on when the ad hoc committee will start and when it will present its findings to council at a committee of the whole.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Should we have put that in the motion where we appointed the ad hoc committee?
You can make a separate motion right now. So right now there's a recommendation to council to strike an ad hoc committee to review the Bridgetown rates. There is a recommendation to council that 5 councillors be on the committee. Councillor Hudson, Warden Parish, and 3 others. And those who are interested can email their name to Councillor LeBlanc for their names to be drawn. You can now make a suggestion on when you would like the committee to start, and that's the The sweet spot of an ad hoc committee is it has a beginning and an end.
Do we need an end? I mean,
You should really have a suggested end to work towards, yes. If it's 3 months, if it's 6 months, if it's a year, you really should have,
but the committee can report before the time's up.
Yes.
absolutely.
Well, it seems to me that the committee can start right away once the members are chosen. And as far as a report, it's going to be a long job. I'd like to have the report in time for budgeting for 2022, which would be, let's say, the end of the calendar year, 2021. Does that make sense? Mr. Cotw, what do you think about that? Is that too aggressive to have this all done by the end of the year?
No, that would be about the right timeline, given the complexity. This would be in effect for the budget year 2022, not this year. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. We are now making two recommendations to cannot by any means pick the other members of the committee until council agrees that the committee be established. Thank you.
I agree with that. So perhaps at the council meeting, if council accepts the recommendation of the committee of the whole with respect to the ad hoc committee, it can also deal with the selection at that time of the method of selection of the other three councillors, perhaps. But I think we still, according to Madam Clerk, we should still have a recommendation as to the beginning and end. And what I'm seeing from Mr. Cotw is that it could begin once it's constituted, and it should complete its job by the end of the calendar year 2021. Would someone like to make that motion?
So I'll make the motion.
Deputy Warden moves, Councillor Hudson seconds. Madam Clerk, is that sufficient for your needs with respect to a beginning and end?
Yes, thank you.
Any further discussion, Councillor Gunn, or Deputy Warden Gunn, sorry.
Thank you. We made some ad hoc committees here in the last couple of years, and I tried to get these committees. I wanted these committees to meet this spring. But last month we were said that the committees aren't meeting right now during COVID. So has that changed? Is that going to change? And when I heard that last month, I got thinking afterwards that, of course, committees should be able to meet, because we're only 3-4 to a committee, and we can either meet, keep socially distanced or meet via Zoom. We had an ad hoc committee set up for this glyphosate site spraying, and our ending for that is due in July. So we have to meet. We had quite a lot we wanted to do. So is this committee that's going to be formed just be another committee that can't meet?
Well, that's a good comment. I will say that I've asked staff to report to us as to whether or not, with the changes to the health order from public health that happened on Friday, whether committees can now meet. And I'm looking for a staff response on that. Councillor Morrison, did you want to make a comment?
No, I was going to say what you're going to say, what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
If I could just add to that, and Don, you might want to speak to it, because we have been already looking at it. But if I'd get our Director of Legislative Services to just give you a quick overview. We will come back with the report, but I'll get her to give you a quick overview.
Ms. Campbell?
So our interpretation and understanding in reviewing the changes, I reviewed it in consultation with the safety coordinator, EMO coordinator. Our interpretation is, as long as the numbers are sufficient to provide for distancing in the council chambers. It can be accommodated at our building in Annapolis Royal.
Councilor LeBlanc? Thank you.
So how many people would that actually be in the council chambers? Do we have a number?
Ms. Campbell, I think that was
Socially
directed at
distanced.
you. Madam Clerk, did you respond to the question?
I did. I'm sorry. I should have raised my hand. 10 can fit in council chambers socially distanced
10. Okay, thank you very much.
in total.
Yes, yeah.
There is a motion on the floor that I'm losing track of the recommendation to council. Madam Clerk, can you read? There is a motion on the floor, is there not?
There is. Deputy Warden Gunn moves, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to recommend to Municipal Council that the ad hoc committee start as soon as it is formed and have a report to council by December 2021 in time for inclusion in the following budget year.
Is there any further comments with respect to that motion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. We're now down to new business 5B, transfer of Gordonston funds. Mr. Cotw, would you like to speak to that?
Warden, through you to council, this was the to do with the amount of money that we had borrowed from our reserve funds. It was $188,000 thereabouts. Simply to say to council that now that we've got the temporary borrowing of $7.2 million approved, this is just a simple transaction. It was only a temporary borrowing to pay funds, I guess, to pay Mr. Farron that amount of money. So it's just a simple change, and our Director of Finance can explain that it really doesn't require a motion of council. It's just something that we would do administratively.
Thank you. Just for clarification, it's just a transfer of money from the Gordonston borrowing to pay back the reserve, the operating reserve where that money was first taken from as a loan, essentially.
That's correct.
Any other comments? But so we'll, so we don't need a motion on 5B, transfer of Gordonston funds. It's just internal. Councillor Redden?
Just for clarity, these are the original monies we took from the reserve back in, was it 2018 to start the project moving before we had the debenture system in place?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Any other comments with respect to that issue? We don't need a motion on it. Seeing none, I'll move along to the next item on the agenda, which is 5C, discontinuous road sections, Longley Mountain Road. Who's going to speak to that?
Recommended action?
Let me just pull that up. Would you, Deputy Warden, or would you like to read the recommended action?
Recommended action to recommend that municipal council initiate the review process to allow staff to research the discontinuous road sections of Longley Mountain Road 0614 as per policy 1.4.5 road naming and community adjustment policy.
To put that on the floor, would someone like to move that? Councillor Redden, seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Would someone at staff like to speak to this?
It was moved by Deputy Warden Gunn, I believe, and seconded then by Councillor Redden, Warden.
Okay, sorry, you're right.
Thank you.
Who's going to speak to this? Mr. Dunphy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Discontinuous roads is a section that what we try to do with the civic addressing bylaw. It provides location for emergency services vehicles like like ambulances, like fire trucks and stuff like this. What we do is as we go through the civic address system and our review of it continues to mature, we find pieces of property. In this case, the Lonely Mountain Road was reported to us that it is a long section of road. The middle section is impassable. And what we're essentially looking at here is a clarification at this point in time, should it be renamed on one section or stuff like that, so that there's no misconfusion or no confusion when it comes to saying that this is a separate parcel of land because the inside piece is not accessible. This recommendation simply starts the review, and then if there is a decision later for a renaming or stuff, it comes back to council again. Thank you.
Any other comments with respect to that issue? There is a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the Councillor Bartow.
So Mr. Dunphy said that this will come back for further discussion, I guess. So I had some thoughts on that after I seen it in the minutes, but maybe it's a little early to interject any suggestions at this point.
Well, I'm sure you can have a discussion with Mr. Dunphy while he's reporting to council, and they could perhaps be included in his report.
Sure.
Warden, if I may interject.
Yes. Mr. Cotw?
Yeah, if I may interject, when these things come to committee of the whole, it's probably appropriate for the council to state what those concerns are now, because then we can, because with the rest of council hearing it, you might agree or disagree. I think it's appropriate to have that discussion at committee of the whole.
Councillor Bartow, then would you, Mr. Cotw suggests you might make your thoughts made now?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I was just concerned on, renaming process where, everybody is used to the name. It's not passable for certain vehicle traffic, like ambulances or whatever or fire departments through that road, but it's still a Lonely Mountain Road. Was thinking that it might simply be set up Lonely Mountain Road north and south. That the way it's still its heritage name or its usual name, but it would identify the location for any emergency response vehicles or anything like that. Maybe it would be as simple a solution as that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bartow. I'm sure Mr. Dunphy will consider that when reviewing things. Any other comments? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I just want to inject, I think it's been about 40 years ago I could drive up that road at one time, but it's like the Mills, or not the Mills Mountain, the Mackenzie Mountain Road down in Port Royal. When people don't use them, they just grow up, period. And that road, I don't think you could even get up where the little dotted line is. I think that's the end of it now. I don't think you could drive up the old road. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I haven't actually driven up the road myself, but I think you can drive in a certain ways, and that would be north. And you get up so far, and then that particular road would turn east and go across to meet the Finian Mountain Road. I believe an inspection would reveal that maybe you might get a four-wheeler through there, but that's about the extent of it.
Councillor Connell?
Yeah, one of the problems is that from working with the department for quite a few years is that the road name can be decided usually with the residents that live on that road. But it's not that if you can get through it or you can't get through it. When an ambulance does a GPS and it shows that that road goes continuously through over the mountain, they do not know if it's an ambulance from Yarmouth coming down to 101 and all of a sudden they're the closest ambulance and the only one available. They punch in the GPS coordinates. They waste all that time heading up the mountain and come to find out it's a dead end and they got to come back and GPS it and try to figure out how to get in the other end. That's the problem. We've had citizens follow GPS and get stuck on those roads. We've had tourists wreck their cars on roads because their GPS told them that road went through, but they couldn't see that shouldn't take their car there. They took it anyway. So it's not the case of trying to identify a new name for a road. It's to try to identify our special services to know that it ends at a point, and if they got to go at the other end of that road, they've got to come up with a solution knowing that the civic numbers on the other end isn't a continuous all the way through or something like that. It's a needed thing on those sections of roads that are not maintained.
Any other comments, Councillor Bartow?
It's a double-edged sword as far as services and as far as future development. It's still government roads. It's still on the books as a road. If in the future we don't want to create a situation now that we have to change again later. It might be a tricky situation how to resolve it, but if somebody has some lands or purchased land up there and they want to develop it, that road might get extended again, if somebody wanted to put the money into it. I know that we're not going to do as a county probably or as a province, but we have to consider the factor of future development and whether that road, which is still legally a government road, how that's looked after so that we don't burn bridges. I'm not sure how we deal with that. I guess Albert has something to chew on.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a quick comment. Regardless where this may go, and maybe this should be done immediately, should there not be signage put up there to indicate that that is not at the entrance to that road, to say that it's not a through road?
Dead-end road?
It sounds like a logical thing to do myself.
Most of those roads are probably already marked non-maintained.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a number of roads here in Clarence like that go down to Highway 1. There's Saunders Road and the Balcombe Road. Can't really get through them. There is a motion on the floor to basically refer this to Mr. Dunphy. Any other comments? Mr. Dunphy?
I was just going to make a clarification there, Warden, is that Cheryl McIntosh is your civic addressing coordinator, and she will be the one handling the process.
Okay. Any further comments with respect to this motion? Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, I was of the same mind as Councillor Connell, because it is important that when you have these ambulances going down or police or whatever, or fire, you need to have one specific road name so they can get to you as quickly as possible. So to me, it makes complete sense. It might be a little problem. Are there any homes on any of these roads? How many homes are on this specific road?
On the Longley Mountain Road?
Yes.
I don't know who can answer that. Mr. Dunphy?
I believe that's addressed in the report. You have the report where it makes a mention of a resident living on a section of Longley Mountain Road, but you also have the second page, which is a map that shows a number of dots, which are civic address points.
But they're specifically not that many people.
No.
No, it's property owned for development maybe later. That's what I'm thinking. But it is important that it be one person or 100 people on the road, that services get to these people quickly. Thank you.
Any other comments? There is a motion on the floor. It's been read out. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. 5D, the minimum planning standards, that's been withdrawn. The next is 5E, low income tax policy amendment. Let me just find that here. Who's going to speak? Somebody on staff speak to this? Perhaps I should have the motion read, Deputy Warden. Oh,
Yep, recommended actions. The additional professional staff. That additional professional staff in the form of a manager of planning, a junior intermediate
no, I'm
planner.
sorry, was that?
Whoa.
Whoa.
We're on page 35.
35.
35. Yeah.
Well, you're on 35.
We removed 5D, minimum planning standards, when we set the agenda. Did we not?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Coutinho?
Yes.
Yes, we did. So Deputy Warden, we're at 5E, which is at page 35 of 125.
That's
Pardon me?
He's frozen.
Deputy Warden seems to have frozen there. Perhaps
Yeah.
someone else could read the suggested recommendation, which is on page 35 of 125.
Deputy Warden, we've lost you.
We've lost who?
We've lost, I'm just trying, if the Deputy Warden can hear me, I want him to know that he's lost.
Can't hear him. Okay.
We've lost the Deputy Warden, have we?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, yeah, he dropped. Oh, he's back.
Looks like he's back now.
Is everybody back?
You're
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
You froze up. Would you like me to read that?
Yes, page 35 of 125.
That's what I thought, the recommended action.
Right.
Recommendation that 7-day notice.
Frozen.
We've lost the Deputy Warden again.
Yeah, he's frozen again.
Given for municipal council to amend AM-1 325 and increasing the allowable income amount to 26,500.
I think
That's it.
what I heard is that the Deputy Warden cut out in the middle of that, and I think it's important for the people who are going to watch this on video that they be able to understand clearly what it is. All right, you're back with us, Deputy Warden? You want to try that again?
Okay.
You cut out in the middle.
Recommendation.
You want to read it again?
Okay, I'm going to start right at the start again.
Yeah.
That 7-day notice be given for municipal council to amend AM-1.4.14 low income tax exemption policy by increasing the exemption amount to $325 and increasing the allowable.
Okay.
We're almost there.
Increasing the allowable income amount to 26,500.
That's it.
Yeah. All right, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Redden? Comments on the motion on the floor? Councillor Redden?
He's muted.
We've lost his audio.
All right, there we are. Operator error. The first thing I want to say in my quite long spiel here is I think this is a really good policy to have in purpose. I have some concerns about it being very functional and about the way it's sort of laid out. As it currently sits, over the last 10 years, we've raised the eligibility requirement by 44%, and we've incentivized people using it by increasing the exemption amount 130%. Now, I mean, this greatly outstrips I think, what income has raised in the county. And that's all well and good, but we've had zero increased participation over that 10 years. It's 186 for the first year and 188 for last year. It goes up and down some, but that's not what I would call an effective policy if we're increasing the ease of use and not increasing use. So just arbitrarily upping our numbers every year is probably not our best methodology going forward if what we're actually trying to do is help people. Quickly, I looked at Kings, and they've got 2.6 times the uptake for their similar policy. Their numbers are relatively comparable to ours. On paper, they're a fair bit higher, but when you look at the two counties and how the policies are done, I think they're pretty comparable, and I think they're just doing a much better job at getting this out to their citizens to provide for better uptake. And so where we kind of want to go with that is if we have a policy that's not being effective, there's not much point in having a policy. So I really think we should take a step back from this and look at a more thorough overhaul of our policy so that it is more effective and more useful for our constituents. After the conversation gets going, I can make some comments about some specifics in the policy, but I don't think that's really necessary right now. The one other thing I did want to say was, no, I'll leave it there for now.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. This is usually the spot at which, for the past number of years, I have increased, I've made motions that have been adopted to increase the amounts recommended by staff, but this year I am in agreement with what has been put forward by the staff. Second, this policy has been in existence for a number of years, and the fact that the absolute numbers have remained steady is not an indication that there has not been an uptake, because over the past 10 years, a number of the original, whatever it was, Councillor Redden mentioned, 180 people, a lot of those have died and have been replaced by others. Third, it's never a bad thing, and indeed in most instances, it's a good thing to examine your policies and why they are being done the way they are. What I would like to see is that we adopt a motion for this year so the program can continue. And then if we wish, we take an examination and however we would do that and bring it back to council at a later date for consideration. Thank you.
Further comments? Councillor Sheridan?
So I was going to mention something similar as Councillor Morrison. In my district alone, I don't know how others districts are faring out, but I have lost a lot of residents that were on my list and new ones pop up. So it's kind of like a cycle going through, you lose and then you gain. So I think numbers kind of are factoring in, but it's hard to keep a tab on them because so many people are passing away that have applied for this program. Thank you.
Further comments, Deputy Warden?
Thank you. You know, there's usually one or two that get added every year. There's those that have been on it forever. What's the point I was going to make there? In my mind, I think we're very generous with this program. I would have thought that this year we could have done, because of our financial situation, that we could have let it lie the way it was last year for this, without an increase. But anyway, I'll leave. Thank you. That's something else.
Councillor Connell?
That was my concern is that I think in my own mind that we're going to be going into a new budget and money's going to be tight. And I think the taxpayers are going to realize that when they start seeing financially how our county is. And I was hoping that we would stay at status quo for a year and try to get our finances, our feet back underneath us as a county. And I think the citizens would understand that.
Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Hudson?
Yes, sir. With this policy that we're looking at here, this is in addition to the I think the other policy that's not a county policy, but is there not relief also available for people that are receiving the supplement? Those would be seniors or that are over 65. There's a separate program for that. I believe that is the case.
Ms. Campbell, I see you nodding your head. Would you like to confirm what Councillor Hudson has said?
I believe, to confirm what Councillor Hudson said, he's probably referring to the provincial rebate program.
Yes.
And in general, the people that qualify under our policy for this rebate generally are the same income level of people that qualify for the provincial rebate. There are a few variances there.
Thank you. Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Prout?
Thank you. I would just like to sort of buttress what Councillor Sheridan and Councillor Morrison have said. I'm glad to see this move up. It's a small increment overall. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on our finances as a county. I was involved in this last year, and I really believe that it's a much needed program that the county puts forward, and I'm glad to see it stay on the steady. It's not a huge rise, but it's moving in the right direction as to what we can offer folks who need this assistance, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Bartow?
Yeah, I'm on the fence between this, and my thoughts went to what Councillor Hudson mentioned. That was that about putting it up in the other programs. We want to be careful that we, in our generosity, don't negate them from being able to participate in these other programs by extending them above a limit. Maybe we should be checking into that before we do anything.
Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Redden?
So I realize I speak very quickly sometimes, and I think I've been misunderstood a little bit here. I think that, not that we don't have new people applying for this program, but in that we've, over the last 10 years, greatly increased the number of people who should be functionally eligible for it. And we're not seeing more people applying for the program, that the people is not, that the program is not being noticed by our citizens, and that we should be seeing more people. I'm suggesting we advertise this program to our citizens so there is greater uptake. Our current income amount is now, according to Stats Can's figures, above the median income for this county. Now we go by household income for this policy, which is one of the things, the way it's calculated, I think needs to be revisited. But there is a lot of people I think are actually eligible for this program who aren't using it and aren't applying for it. So part of my reason for a review and thoughts on it is that it needs to be looked at so that we don't expose our budget to a huge number, because there's no mechanism for capping our expenditure here. But that we should be using this as a tool to get out to the community, and I don't think we are using it to its full effect. It's been going up by 10% a year for eligibility, almost. Well, that's what it's averaged. It's up 10% a year. Sorry, 10% is our increase, our exemption amount. But our eligibility amount has been going up by like 2%. That's much more than the income level of the province of the county has been going up, which is why we should be getting an ever increasing pool and should be seeing more people apply every year. Anyways, that's my point. I wasn't suggesting that we do something with it. And to Councillor Morrison's point, I think we should pass this now and not necessarily do a full review right now, but I think we should have a full review in the near future.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan.
So I just want to point out that they can't apply for both. They can't apply for the province plus the municipal one. So if your taxes are low enough, if your tax base is low enough, this is when they come to the county. But if it's high enough, that's when they go to the province. So I think that's where you're seeing the split, because if your taxes are a couple $1,000s, they're going to go to the province to get that $800. But if it's below a certain amount, say if your taxes are $600 and you don't qualify for the provincial one, then you qualify for the municipal one, is the way I understand it. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I understand the same thing.
Ms. Campbell is suggesting she's agreeing with you, Councillor Sheridan, by nodding her head. Ms. Hudson?
They can qualify for both, the provincial
can?
and the municipal. Yes.
I wasn't aware of that because I thought I was told I was over to Stephen's office and I thought they told me that they could only apply for one, that they couldn't double dip.
No, they can.
Oh,
really? I wasn't aware of that. I
Yeah,
was told.
generally what happens is
Just a minute, please. Just a minute, please. Ms. Campbell, did you want to say something?
I'm probably going to say the same thing Holly was going to say. There's a tipping point with it. Some people can apply for both, but there becomes a tipping point where they can either get it from the province or get it from us. They don't get it from both. So the higher amount that ours goes up, sometimes it exceeds that tipping point. It just reduces the amount that they can get from the province. So Shelley, when she prepares the figures to go into these recommendations, takes that into consideration to find that tipping point, and she calculates the eligible amount based on the most common sources of income for low-income people, and finds that ceiling threshold.
Okay, that's
Great, thank you for that. That's helpful. Further comments? There is a motion on the floor. Deputy Warden Gunn.
Thank you. There are a lot of people, I didn't say this earlier, there are a lot of people in my district who wouldn't take this money, even though they're eligible. Not everybody wants relief of some sort or help. You can only suggest it. And usually, they'll pick it up, but not everybody will. You got to remember that. There's a lot of pride in this world. Thank you.
Mr. Cotw?
Warden, I just wanted to, in terms of staff and some of the takeaways from today's discussion, looks like generally in favor of the increase for the tax exemption, so the low income tax exemption. On the subject of advertising, perhaps what we can do as staff is, when we say advertising, is promoting it better. But we could work through the churches and service organization and do a bit of outreach through them, because they would probably know most of the people who are in that position. So as staff, we'll sort of sit together, talk about some of the service organization, church groups, and if any members of council have some thoughts on where, who else we could approach, we could do an outreach there that way. Advertising, I'm not too sure how many of these folks actually pick up a paper, but I think just a bit of outreach would I think Councilor Redden, that's what you want us to do, is do a little more work on that area, and we'll do that for council.
Thank you. Ms. Hudson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, we do send out a mail out approximately 280 a year to everyone who has received it in the previous year. In my process of making payment arrangements with people, I always put them on the mailing list as well, and make a suggestion to them to see if they qualify. And that's probably over 700 or 800 that I do approach them to see if they would qualify.
Thank you for that. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Just to remind everybody, it's to increase the exemption amount to $325 and increasing the allowable income amount to $26,500. I think I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, the network proposed asset management funding. I think Mr. McGinnis might speak to this, or Mr. Cotw. You're muted, Mr. Cotw, and Mr. McGinnis. Okay, there we are.
Just if council wants to put the motion on the floor first, or I can give you a summary.
No, you're right. We should put the motion on the floor. Let me just pull it up here. It's at,
Before a motion is put on the floor, I have a question.
yes.
And maybe Mr. McGinnis can tell me. You've got two items in your recommendations. Are they actually the same thing, but one is the formal wording and one is, or are they separate? They sound the
Right. One is formal. It's at the request of the AIM network if we approve the fund.
Sorry, I'm missing this. Can we try it again?
So there are two recommended actions in this recommendation report. The first one approves the money, and then the second one you have to go and approve the official motion that they suggest, which includes actions along with the money. Is that what the difference is, Steve? It just looked the same to
Mr.
me.
McGinnis, can you respond to that question?
Yeah, just with your permission, Lord, maybe I'll just give you a brief overview before we get into those resolutions. So,
right.
If that's all right.
Sure.
So the one resolution in working towards the funding of the program is just identifying the funding source for the county. The second resolution, and we often see this with FCM funding, is they have very specific resolutions that any municipality needs to follow when we access their grants. So that's really the difference.
Thank you.
And you're referring here to the second motion that's
correct.
Included on the attachment, page 3. Let me just find that. So I'm looking at the second paragraph. Approve the required resolution as included on the attachment, page 3 to the February 9 request for decision.
It's page 58 of the agenda package.
58, is it, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
58 or 53.
So that's
58.
That's the second motion.
So that's the second motion. So, Madam Clerk, you're suggesting that we break this into two separate motions and two separate votes?
So yes, it is listed as two separate motions, just the wording. And I thought I had included the wording in what I circulated, but I didn't. So yes, it sounds like it's the same motion twice, but it's two different functions. So the first one will be the recommendation that's written there to recommend that staff proceed with an application. The second motion has to be this part read, the formal motion read.
Oh, I get it.
From page 58.
So Deputy Warden, would you like to move the first motion?
recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that staff proceed with an application for $50,000 in funding through the Municipal Asset Management Program for development of a tailored asset management program to be supplied in partnership with the AIM network, and that the municipality will fund the remaining costs of $12,500 through the federal gas tax fund.
Is there a second? We'll just leave it there. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sheridan. Discussion. Discussion on that. Perhaps a little more detail, Mr. McGinnis?
Sure. So this is kind of the next step as we move towards a more formal asset management program for the county, and it's a program that's being promoted province-wide through the AIM network. It's a society that's taken on a funded society that's taken on the program on behalf of the province to promote asset management and to bring kind of a program to it. Very much recommend this, especially when it comes to, they're going to do a complete inventory of our assets, water, sewer, pipes, roads, sidewalks, and in particular buildings. When we start looking at the required investment we need to make on an annual basis on our buildings, is really something I think the county and most municipalities have struggled with. So very much in favor of council supporting this because it gives us a really good leg up and a program that would identify all those assets. It would also give us a state of the inventory of each of those assets, and it would develop some SOPs, standard operating practices for staff as we move through a more formal maintenance management and on all our assets.
Thank you for that. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Connell.
The only, I support the motion and the idea, but I have a hard time thinking that we're a month away from discussing our next year's budget. And we're spending money already on next year's budget. So, and I realize our portion is being asked to be taken out of our gas tax, but that gas tax still is a part of our next year's budget too, on how much we're going to spend, our projects we're going to support. And like I said, I support this because I think it's an important part of it, but I would kind of like to see stuff that's going to affect our budget at budget time. And I realize that applying for the grant has to be done now. But it definitely, when we get into our budget, we got to remember to bring back that 12,000 and something that's going to be taken out of our gas tax for this project if it passes. We still got to have that at budget time.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, would you like to respond to Councillor Connell's comment?
I certainly understand the concern. Just the kind of the nuance of this particular application is it's a competitive process. We're competing with other municipalities, and they are time sensitive to get the application in. We will be bringing, if passed, this will be included in the budget. Finance and our Nancy Coleman does a very good job of tracking all the resolutions and moving those through to the capital program when we present that program to council.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Sheridan?
I'm going to support this 100%. I feel that it's a great way to look at where we go with our capital projects, what needs to be done next. It's an opportunity for us to gain $50,000 that we don't have to put out of our own money, and hopefully we will get the grant. But I think it would be very helpful for staff to have something, a timeline for assets.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, I was going to say exactly what Councillor Sheridan has said, because it's an asset to have it, and we're going to save the $50,000. And when it's there, If we don't, then it's going to cost us in the other side of it. There are also some alternatives that on page 54 that were given. If anybody wants us to think of an alternative of where the money would be coming from. But and the long and the short, I think it's the best concept to go with is to try to apply for this and hopefully get the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redden?
With respect to gas tax fund, does that money expire at the end of the year? Like, do we have to return it if we don't spend it to the province? Or, and is this sort of this year's gas tax or next year's gas tax? I guess I had assumed it was this year's, but.
Mr. McGinnis, would you like to respond to Councillor Redden's comment?
Gas tax is a kind of a revolving fund. We get our allocation every year. It's about the $800,000 mark, and Holly can correct me if I'm wrong. So we get that every year. It goes into a specific reserve for gas tax, and we present. That's why we present the balance every time we request that information. But you're correct in that when we look at the long range in terms of the 5 years, we look at. Council looks at all the projects that are asked to allocate gas tax to, and we have kind of a moving forward balance as we move through the 5-year program. So it gives you a better idea of kind of the ins and outs of that particular reserve.
Thank you. Further comments with respect to the first motion that's on the floor here? Councillor Prout.
Thank you. I think this is a great opportunity for the county, and I'll be fully in support of it. Earlier on, or back a couple of months ago, someone made the comment on 50-cent dollars, where we're looking at 20-cent dollars here, and the benefit that should accrue to the county by having all of this information generated and provided to us. I think it's a great opportunity, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will call for the vote, and it's on the first paragraph of the recommendation. It's been moved by the Deputy Warden and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Now there's a second motion on that same page. I'm looking at page 53 of 125, and Deputy Warden, if you're going to read it out, my understanding is you also have to read in full what's on page 58 of 125. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
You can probably just read on page 58 of 125 as the motion.
Well, we have to recommend to council and then read it out.
Yes, you can recommend to council, and then you could to recommend that municipal council direct staff, and then all the rest of it on page 58.
Okay. So I'm not reading anything off of 53.
53, what's on page 53 is just referring you, and it's too much words. And if you just go direct to page 58, it's much clearer.
So we'll start at be it resolved.
Mr. McGinnis has a comment on that.
Mr. McGinnis?
If I may, and not to throw a wrench into the works here, but maybe we just read the second resolution and bring the completed resolution to council when we have the dates filled in and the resolution numbers. Would that work better, Carolyn?
I don't think it has. It doesn't have dates to fill in, does it? Just a it's a statement.
Yeah, I don't see any dates.
All right. All right.
Okay, Deputy Warden?
Be it resolved that council directs staff to apply for a grant opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Municipal Asset Management Program for asset management inventory and preliminary capital projects. Be it therefore resolved that the County of Annapolis commits to conducting the following activities in its proposed project submitted to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program to advance our asset management program. Activity 1, prepare an inventory of all major assets, including water, roads, storm, trails, sidewalks, parks, fleet, and municipal-owned buildings and structures. Set up in spreadsheet and GIS, and undertake condition assessment. Activity 2, prepare state of infrastructure report and preliminary capital program. Activity 3, develop standard operating procedures to operationalize activities and provide staff training on updating and maintaining data and reports. Be it further resolved that the municipality commits $12,500 from its budget toward the costs of this initiative.
And that's for committee of the whole to recommend to council, right?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Longmire? Discussion? Seeing none, I think this follows from the earlier motion we just passed. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next item on the agenda is the internet reimbursement policy.
On a point of order, please.
Yes?
The background provided to us is not correct. I think we should discuss before we decide whether we want to put forward a motion.
I don't, can you not raise that issue once the motion's on the floor, Councillor Morrison?
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah. And I do notice that the recommendation that's set out here refers to the internet reimbursement policy as circulated, and I wonder whether we need to read that out so that the viewers know what it is we're moving. Deputy Warden, you're the one that usually reads these, and maybe Madam Clerk, can you tell us whether the recommended motion is sufficient?
It's what we use any other time.
So the fact that it's
Item
the
was-
reimbursement policy as circulated, but the viewers don't know what that says. Right?
Right.
What else would you like me to read?
I'm
Well,
not,
then
I'm
we'll-
not certain what you would read that would make it any clearer. The whole policy?
Well, why don't we just start with the recommended motion by the Deputy Warden, and then we'll have discussion on it.
All right. The recommendation that 7-day notice be given for municipal council to approve AM-1.2.1.1 internet reimbursement policy as circulated.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hudson seconds the motion. Discussion, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. Background, the County of Annapolis has provided reimbursement to councilors in recent years for the use of home internet services. That is not a correct statement. 7 or 8 years ago, we went around the block on this a number of times and obtained a ruling that our offices are away from the county building. So we are not using home internet services. We are using our office internet services. And therefore, the rest of the background paragraph is not applicable because that puts us in the same category as being permitted to work from home. And we are not working from home. We are working in our offices that are located away from the county building.
That refers to the tax, whether this item is, or this amount, I should say, is taxable. Does it, Councillor Morrison? That's the issue, whether it's taxable or not?
Yeah, well, that's what I understand from this whole
Right.
item.
So it doesn't, whether it's taxable or
But
not,
we are not,
sorry.
if, for example, the county clerk works from home, that means the county clerk is not present in the county office, but works from her residence. Councillors are exactly the reverse. We are not working where we should be and working from home. We are working in our offices, which are located in a building separate from the county building. Our normal place of work is in that office.
Thank you. And as I said, Councillor Morrison's comments relate to whether the amount in question is taxable or not. But let me just put a little background on the record here. As the warden, it's my job every month or so to review the expense reports of the councillors. And the one of the expenses that councillors get remunerated for is their the payments they make towards internet, because all the councillors need internet to carry on their functions. These amounts that I see are usually taken from the different providers to the different councillors, and they're all different amounts. And to my mind, the thrust of this motion is, instead of having different amounts for different councillors, where staff need to figure out the proper taxation amount on different amounts for a different councillor, is to fix an amount of $85 a month that every councillor would receive. And to me, it doesn't necessarily, and correct me, I'd ask somebody to correct me if I'm wrong, that this motion doesn't deal specifically whether it's taxable, deals with fixing the amount at $85 a month for all the councillors. Ms. Campbell, am I correct in that?
Through you to council, Mr. Warden, I think in fairness, it deals with both. It was prompted in essence by the interpretation of Mr. Duffett that we had to start making that benefit taxable.
Okay. Mr. Duffus is our auditor. I'll come back to you, Mr. Morris, Councillor Morrison. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Councillor Prout.
Thank you. I've already received one call from a constituent who's very much against this, and I said it would be coming up for a discussion. Well, he mentioned to me that it would be. My concern is, will councillors be able to opt out of this? I've never claimed the use of internet since I've been a councillor, and I know everybody is different and different providers in different locations and more expensive, less expensive. It's just something that I've never felt that I needed to claim or perhaps should claim. That's just my own personal opinion. So I guess during the discussion, the constituent will be able to follow this and so on. But my question is, can a councillor still opt out of this? If you don't wish to partake, will you be allowed to just say, that's fine? Anyone who wants to can. I don't want to. Thank you.
I can respond to that, Councillor Prout. All the councillors have to apply for this benefit, if I can refer to it as a benefit, and I sign off on them. So if you don't submit, you don't get paid.
Great, thank you. Well, hopefully that doesn't mean I don't get paid at all, but I don't mind.
No, you don't get paid for that.
Otherwise, I might have to reconsider. But no, it's fine. I'm not. I have a good internet plan, and I use the internet here for many things. So
thank you. And the expenses, show up online. People can look them up as the year goes on, what the expenses of each councillor is. Councillor Redden.
You're on mute.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time with that today, I guess. I guess I'll start with the thrust of it is kind of in moving this from an expense we have to file to just a flat rate that comes to us every month. We're really kind of moving this from an expense into what is functionally a pay raise, as far as I can tell. That's $85 a month or $1,000, $1,020 a year. I mean, we're spending $13 million right now. Sorry, 18, and 5 of that is covered by a grant, because internet is an essential service like power and other utilities. We don't subsidize that to counselors. I really have quite a problem with the function of this. It may be streamlining paperwork, but it really functionally changes exactly what this benefit is to us. We don't have to file a report or an expense or anything, and we lose a lot of transparency by doing this.
I could just interject there. The counselors, when they submit, they usually do include a copy of their internet bill.
I mean, that's right, because they're submitting now. With this new policy, they won't be doing that. As far as I can read in the policy, it's just there. There's no mechanism for opting out, like Mr. Prout has suggested, or an approval process there.
I took it that you'd still have to apply to get this benefit.
I just didn't see it.
Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps I'm wrong. We'll get some clarification on that.
If council does decide to go through with this, which I'm very strongly opposed to, I also think it should be included with our benefits under AM 1.2.1, remuneration for the warden, deputy warden, and counselors, and not necessarily as a separate policy. But if council decides that we want a separate policy for it, I also have some very strong reservations with 6.2 at the end, which, if we get that far, we can talk about amendments, because I feel that almost all of 6.2 shouldn't apply, and what does apply should probably be strongly reworded.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps could somebody on staff help us out whether we still would have to apply to receive this benefit, or whether it would just form part of our pay package, Ms. Campbell?
I was proposing it, Mr. Warden, that it be an automatic, but we can make provision for counselors to waive as their choice.
Well, I'll say, as Councillor Prout, I've never submitted to get paid back for it, as the same as Councillor Prout, and I would be trying to exempt myself from receiving that payment. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, it's my opinion that that this isn't a reimbursement and it shouldn't be included in remuneration. And I simply say that because, to my mind, the whole thing behind this is the Wi-Fi, right? Is that Councillor Morrison was talking about, say, a satellite office that all councillors maintain, right? If I don't, and as all of you are in the same position I am, that you cannot maintain your satellite office without Wi-Fi. And we get Wi-Fi from various suppliers. It doesn't make any difference who those suppliers are, but it's the Wi-Fi aspect of the internet that is the important thing here.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Morrison, was I going to come back to you? You're muted, Councillor Morrison.
I think you were, but I've had my say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Ms. Campbell?
Could I just clarify for discussion, Mr. Warden, that regardless of how counselors receive the reimbursement, whether it's through your remuneration or whether it's through a check or direct deposit, it is going to have to be taxed according to the advice of the auditor. So the method of payment makes absolutely no difference in regards to whether it's taxable or not. The auditor has advised us we have to tax it regardless of how it's issued.
Ms. Campbell, could I ask you if you suggested that a counselor could opt out of receiving this money, would that require an amendment to the policy as written?
It would certainly make it much clearer if we added it into the policy.
Counselor, well, I would like to move that we amend the motion to put a statement in the policy that a counselor can opt out of this if they so choose. Is there a seconder to that motion? Counselor Prout?
Excuse me,
Counselor Bartel?
can the warden make a motion or should that be by someone else?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, to be frank.
Warden can't.
I can't make a motion. Well, Counselor Prout, I second it. He'll make the motion. Is there a seconder to Counselor Prout's motion?
I'll second it.
Deputy Warden Gunn. So the discussion on the amendment is to put a provision in the policy that a counselor can opt out of receiving these funds if he so desires. Any further discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Now back to discussion on the motion as amended. Mr. Cotw?
Warden, for you to counsel, I think it would be appropriate for us to go back to the auditor and just discuss the point that Council Morrison has made, that where this is a requirement, that is the place of the place that you're working from. It's your office. That may not have been made clear. If it is, and we'll discuss it with them. If the opinion is still that it's a taxable benefit, we'll come back to you on it. We'll come back to you one way or the other, but I think we owe it to you to do the check with the auditor and make the argument that Council Morrison has made, that out of necessity you're required to have an office, and the office is your residence, and whether this expense is a reimbursement or whether it's actually a taxable benefit. But I think, in fairness, we should really explore that question.
Thank you for that. Councillor Connell?
Yes, because at income tax time, I can claim my room as my office. It's not your whole house. I have an office in this building that I call my house, and this is my municipal appointed office for Brian Fuzzy Connell. I get my phone calls here. I can deal with my constituents here, and I also deal with issues that council has here. So at income tax time, I get to claim a certain percentage of my power, certain percentage of my internet bill, certain percentage of the heat. It's all included when you want to claim your income tax. It always has been.
Mr. Cotw?
And to speak to Warden, to speak to that point, and that might be the response that comes back actually from the auditor, is that's where you claim your expenses for internet and get your return in that fashion. So we'll get clarity on it so that we're doing the right thing for you as a council.
I just took a quick breeze through this policy, and I didn't see anything in the policy itself which addresses whether it's taxable or not. I mean, I think that's a question for the auditor, and as Mr. Cotw said, it'll be checked out. But the policy itself, it addresses the amount per month that would be paid. I don't think it addresses whether it's taxable or not. Ms. Campbell?
And perhaps I should make that clear in the policy, but if you look at the exchange of emails that I had with Mr. Duffett, I did remind him by phone when I talked to him separately, and you wouldn't have the benefit of knowing that from the email. I did actually speak with him by phone and remind him that he had determined some years ago that a counselor's primary place of business was their residence. and that is why they were able to get reimbursed for travel to council and committee of the whole meetings. However, he did respond to me with this email indicating that it is a taxable benefit, whereas travel allowance is not. However, in accordance with what the CAO has said, we can certainly get more clarification or more substantiation for that in writing.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion as amended? Councillor Redden.
Oh, sorry, no, I forgot we hadn't voted on the amendment yet.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I think we did, didn't we?
You have
Yes,
voted
yes.
on the amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. So Councillor Redden,
I would propose a second amendment, and I would like maybe some of staff's clarification on these issues. Section 6.2, it's in order to receive the reimbursement, a councillor must adhere to our information and technology policy. I mean, I don't know why that needs to be in our internet policy. It just seems punitive. We're kind of bound by that policy already. So I really hope that there is a more stringent penalty than not getting $85 for us breaking our internet technology policy. Number B, refrain from illegal or illicit usage. That is covered under our information and technology policy, and I don't know why it necessarily needs to be here again. C, preserve and protect all municipal records in his or her custody, pursuant to and go along with the records management policy. See my comments on number A. D, refrain from permitting any person accessing municipal records. That is again covered under our information technology policy. And like I said, that's a pretty big infringement. I would like to see us have a greater penalty than not getting our $85 for this. E, I think, is relevant. And then F, I will admit I don't fully understand the implications of it, but maybe it should be somewhere else or here, I'm not sure. So I would like to amend this to strike A, B, C, and D from the motion. But I would also like to hear staff's commentary on why these are here in particular.
I'll ask for a seconder to the motion. Councillor Longmire seconds it. Is there discussion on the amendment to the amended motion? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. If I understand it correctly, the motion just put forward by Councillor Redden is designed to change a policy. And we cannot do that in the manner he has suggested. We would have to consider that as an entirely separate item, separate from the intent of the motion we are now considering.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll come back to you, Councillor Redden. Let me see if someone else wants to make a comment. Councillor Barto?
Aren't we not clear on the policy? Is this a new policy? Is this one that we're amending or not? And if so, what Councillor Redden was mentioning is an amendment, actually adding a set rate for the reimbursement is an amendment as well, if that's the case. So does that mean that we can't talk about any of this?
Is this a brand new policy or is this an amendment to an existing policy, Ms. Campbell?
This is a brand new policy.
It's a brand new policy, so I think we could raise any issue with respect to the new policy.
Thank you.
Further comments on the motion on the floor to remove certain portions of section 6.2 or 6 sub 2? Any other comments on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment to the amended motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion's,
Can I get a count, please, Warden?
yeah, can we get a count? All those in favor of the motion to remove certain sections as set out by Councillor Redden from the draft policy? All those in favor?
Specifically, Mr. Warden, specifically A, B, and C, and D, and possibly F, because there was a possible at F, so I'm not quite sure where Councillor Redden went with that one. So which one are we definitely voting on?
Let's leave F in there.
So you would remove 2A, B, and C?
Yeah, I'd asked for some commentary from staff about why these provisions were in there in general, and maybe there's a more appropriate location for F. But
Interrupt just a minute. We've actually, I called for a vote. And I think it's appropriate that we clarify what we voted on. And, I think that there was were D, E, and F part of the ones, were you wanting to remove any of D, E, and F, Councillor Redden?
D was out, E and F were in.
Okay, and A, B, and C were out?
We're out.
Okay.
A, B, and C are out, D is in.
D is in? No, D is out. D is out. A, B, C, and D are out. And E and F still. Correct? Councillor Redden?
A, B, C, and D are in, are out. E and F are in.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the
Did everybody, when they voted, did everybody understand what they were voting on?
Not 100%.
On removing these.
So, Madam Clerk, I think we're now back to a show of hands on the amendment to the amended motion.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So, those that voted in favor of the amendment to the amended motion, would you please raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully I counted right. Somebody else was looking over my shoulder. So I count the vote, 5 in favor, 6 opposed. So the motion for the amendment to the amended motion is defeated. Thank you. So we're back to the motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, and just to clarify, Councillor Cotw. Sorry.
Councillor Duncan, to you.
That won't be
You
the
just
first-
got a promotion,
That
Louis.
won't be the last mistake I make today. Go ahead, Mr. Cotw.
Just on F, and the director can explain a little further. That one here was actually to do, normally if you're traveling and you took your computer or you took your iPhone with you and it had information on it, it's when you're traveling out of country, there was no guarantee that the information you have on it would remain confidential, because at airports they can take it at customs and download any of the information you have on it. And so that was really intended, I think, for you if you were taking your laptop and it had confidential information on it. And it was, I know that was a requirement of Justice, Department of Justice, that we report any of those incidences to them. And so this was intended for that. I don't think internet service, because you can access internet and your files from any destination, and it's already protected. So I don't think it was intended for internet service. And I think what we'll do is we'll come back on that to reflect that it's the equipment that you're taking, not necessarily the internet service. That's a good point.
Thank you. Councillor Redden?
so in my mind, that should be part of our information technology policy, not our internet reimbursement policy. It seems like a bad place to have it in our policy, and it's just going to get missed and overlooked.
And Warden, through you to council, I think that was the point that Councilor Redden was trying to make. He said there was a duplication of the policy, and hence why he was asking for that not to be repeated. Why don't we just take it back and have a conversation with staff? I know council has voted to leave it in, to leave ABCD in, but we'll come back and see, because it is a duplication. You're correct. Thank you.
Well, then I guess if we're going to take that out, Mr. Cotw, we need another amendment to the policy as that's before us. Is that what you're suggesting, Mr.
No.
Cotw, that it be removed and reviewed somewhere else, or were you going to leave it in and review it? Well, I didn't understand.
I think suffice it to say that if we simply have one little item that it says the internet policy will apply, it'll cover all of the things that we have in the other policy, because every time we make an amendment to that policy, then we'll have to come and change this policy because we're duplicating what's in the other one. So it might be that we simply put a line in here that it's making reference to the internet policy.
Refer you back to the policy of the internet? Is that what you're saying? A line?
Yeah, I think it's just it's simple that we just have an inclusion here that the information technology policy will apply, and it just covers all of the policies there. To speak to Councilor Redden's point, we'll just say that we'll make an adjustment here on the provisions to say that the information technology policy will apply, just in case people thought it was slightly different, but I'll leave it at that, if that will satisfy council.
Well, so you're suggesting another amendment to the policy that's before us, Mr. Cotw, with respect to F, that there are more words to be put into F?
Warden, through you to council, I think I'm suggesting that maybe we just come back to you with a revised policy, reflecting all of the council's input, and we'll look at F as well. But
so you're suggesting we pass it as it's before us, and that if there's to be further little changes, you'll come back to us later? Is that what you're suggesting?
What I'm suggesting, Warden, is that I'll come back at council with a supplementary report and with the policy as discussed, because at Committee of the Whole, this is good discussion, and we can come back with a modified policy, a revised policy at council, since it's already had the discussion here, and it will reflect what I've heard from council this morning.
But we have a draft policy before us that we're about to vote on as amended.
My guess is that you might have to amend that by saying that it's being sent back to staff for a supplementary report.
The whole thing?
Yikes.
Yes.
Councillor Connell?
So wouldn't it be that we just table this until we get an updated report back from staff?
Table till when?
Well, this has been brought before us. If we're going to adjourn it or put it off, I'd like to have it come back at some point so we don't lose it.
Yes.
So I'm hearing our CAO suggest that maybe we put this off until the next regular Committee of the Whole meeting. Is that what I'm hearing? Councillor Bartow, did you want to say something?
If we just table this for new information at council, could it be dealt with that way? And then we wouldn't have to put it off for another month? As Councillor Connell mentioned, if we table it, it just puts it off till the next meeting, which is council.
Doesn't.
Madam Clerk, can you help us out on that procedural issue?
Yes, if you table an item at committee of the whole, you may take it off the table at committee of the whole. You can't cross your meetings.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion on the Ms. Campbell, did you want to say something?
I'm so sorry to make this more complicated because it's so complicated up till now. I don't believe you can table a 7-day notice. I think you have to start over. So I think the CAO's suggestion of just pulling this and bringing it back clean at a new committee of the whole would be by far the cleanest process to follow. I don't believe you can table a 7-day notice because then you're giving notice for something that's going to substantially change when you lift it from the table.
All right. If there's a sense around the table that we'd like a little more information before we pass this, if I can put it that way, we do have a motion on the floor. So either that motion would have to be withdrawn or we would have to defeat it and then pass another motion to ask for another updated staff report for the next committee of the whole. Madam Clerk, can you help me out on that procedural issue?
Be most simplest to withdraw the motion as amended.
Councilor Deputy Warden, you moved the motion. Are you prepared to withdraw it?
Yes.
And who was the seconder, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Sheriff.
Sorry.
Does anyone recall who the seconder was?
Just
The
give me a
original
second, I have to load
motion?
the notes.
The original
The
motion.
original motion.
Yeah, was Counselor Hudson.
Councilor Hudson seconded it. Councilor Hudson, are you all right with withdrawing the motion as amended?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll consider the, do we need a vote on that, whether it's to withdraw it?
No.
So I'll consider that motion as amended to be withdrawn, and then I will entertain a motion to bring this back to the next committee of the whole with more information from staff. Would Deputy Warden, would you like to make that motion then?
I most certainly would. I would suggest that this, or I would move that this motion be tabled until March committee of the whole with.
Defer.
No, we're not going to table it. We're just going to ask for a staff report, another staff report for the committee of the whole.
Okay, so we'll defer it until committee of the whole.
We don't have anything to defer. The motion's
No,
been
you have nothing.
Okay. Sorry, folks.
Motion's been withdrawn, it's gone.
Yeah.
We're just asking for a motion to ask for an updated staff report for the, on this topic for the committee of the whole in March.
All right.
You move that, and is there a seconder to that
I'll
motion?
move that.
Councilor Sheridan? Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, thank you.
Motion? So the motion is to ask for an updated staff report for committee of the whole in March. If no further comments, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. I'm looking at the clock and it looks like 12:14. Perhaps this is a good time to break for lunch. And I think I think we've got a fair bit to do this afternoon when I look at the budget report. So I think I'm going to suggest we come back at 1 o'clock, take 45 minutes. And at 1 o'clock, we'll come back. Thank you. Thank you. We're reconvening after a lunch break. This is the committee of the whole for the county of Annapolis. And we're at new business under 5I, Lawrencetown Consolidated School Request Letter of Support / Acknowledgement. Mr. Cotw, would you like to, oh, sorry.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, do you want to?
I can speak to this unless the CAO would like to.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So the Recreation Facility Development Grant is a grant provided by the province. You'll see the application in here. The council has a policy regarding letters of support and or acknowledgement. So this application is asking for a letter of awareness or acknowledgement. Your policy says you need to review the completed application. And the reason for that, if you look on page 65, you will see, no, page 66 on the back side, where they're asking for, they're listing to the province where their funding is coming from. This council was hung at one point because someone had included $25,000 municipal in there. Then council came up with a policy to review and look at that every time. So this group is not requesting any municipal funds. They haven't put anything in that block. So that's the first good thing. They've given you a breakdown of the project that they're hoping. They're not allowed to continue with their playground equipment and they need to replace it. So the other thing that commonly happens, and it's always at this time of the year, is the provincial deadlines do not meet municipal deadlines. So when I'm sending applicants a copy of council's policy, I'll need to provide for council to review, I let them know that they can go ahead. They don't have to wait for council's letter. Council isn't going to have a special meeting to approve a letter to meet the provincial deadline either. So they've probably already forwarded their application, and they've indicated with that they've requested a letter of acknowledgement from council that will follow their application, and it'll marry up at that point. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Cotw, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Warden, it seems like we're just saying that we're aware of the project and that we know that they've made an application. And I think that's all our letter of support is indicating. So I'm fine with that.
Do we need a motion?
Motion would be to provide a letter of awareness or acknowledgement. We're not even calling it a letter of support. What they're requesting is a letter of awareness or acknowledgement. So that would be the motion to provide that.
Perfect. I'll make that motion.
Councillor LeBlanc makes the motion. Councillor Barto seconds it. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Barto.
This doesn't in any way, shape, or form hook us into any liabilities for the project, I assume?
That's right.
Any further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, 5J, LED streetlight, Stronach Mountain Road, Highway intersection. Councillor Prout.
Thank you very much. I'm just referring to my notes here. I had been approached earlier in the new year, actually at the end of last year, from concerned citizens on Stronach Mountain Road. Some of my friends on that road refer it as the gateway to Margatsville. It's very heavily trafficked at times, and where it connects next to Gouchers, between Gouchers and the garage on the other side of the Stronach Mountain Road, they really feel, and I would agree with them, that we should look at putting an LED streetlight on the pole, which is on the northeast side of that corner next to the garage. There is a special light on the Goucher's Farm Market side that I believe is paid for by them. It's not an LED, but it lights up the corner of their building. And there isn't anything that provides much illumination on the Stronach Mountain Road itself. I did do a count up the street. There is a LED light on the second pole as you head up, but they don't number up like having one every second pole and so on. And I can speak from experience, it's very dark there. I was contacted by a resident on that street who informed me of the fact that Mac Balcom was the warden when we had streetlights put in, and guaranteed to have one at every intersection and on every second pole. And the gentleman who spoke with me helped do some prep work, counting the poles and so on for the county at the time. So I would like for perhaps Stephen or whoever to, if you could maybe check into that, see if there's any way we could get one there. It's a very dark area, and there's a lot of concern on the street further up. So,
Mr. Cotw, is this something that we need council to rule on, or is this something that can be dealt with some other way? Can you help me out?
Usually, Warden, through you to council, when we get requests, it's better that you direct staff to provide a report, because there might be budget implications, and so this kind of discussion can come up at budget time. We can explore what's involved, but typically, if there are requests like this, council can ask us to report back, and we'll be happy to do so.
So Councillor Prout, would you like to ask for a staff report with respect?
yes, that would be my intention, if I could, please, just to report back and see if it's something that we could do there.
I'll second that motion.
Councillor LeBlanc seconds the motion. Councillor Connell, comments?
Over the years, there's been many requests for street lights at the intersections and stuff, and DOT never supported it. They never put them up. So if it can be part of a string of lights that's area rated, I don't have no problem with that. If it's an individual light that we got to put up and the county pays for, be prepared to put one at every intersection. If it can be area rated to that area because there's street lights involved in an area rate there, I have no problem. If the light up on the second pole was paid by that individual that has it in front of their house, I have a problem.
So, Mr. Cotw, that could be addressed in the staff report, that issue, I take it?
Yes, that would be the intent. Thank you, Warden.
Other comments? Mr. McGinnis, were you going to make a comment?
Already been made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments with respect to the motion to refer this issue for a staff report with respect to the LED light? I don't see any other.
Is that to come to, that's to come back to committee of the whole, any committee of the whole in particular?
Mr. Cotw, when would be appropriate to have that come back, do you think?
Before budget, we'll say we'll commit before budget time, because that would probably have a budget consideration as well.
I think the clerk was asking which committee of the whole it would come back to.
Oh,
March.
Yep.
It should be all right. Sufficient, Mr. Cotw? Okay, March it is, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Mr. McGinnis? You're muted?
Just if the resolution, yeah, March is fine. The resolution could state the specific address or intersection.
It would be at the intersection of route number 1 and the Stronach Mountain Road.
Okay, all those in favor of a staff report with respect to that issue? Oh, just before we call for the vote, I see Councillor LeBlanc
Nope.
had her. Oh, you were just voting?
Just voting. I'm ready.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next, Councillor Prout, homelessness in Annapolis County.
Thank you very much. This has been raised, and I'm sure many, if not all of us, are aware that on January 17th, there was a tragic incident in Annapolis County. 1 death, 1 serious injury, 2 families plus their friends certainly affected by this. And I'm reminded, I took a quote from an article that was published shortly thereafter. They quoted a spokesperson from the Youth Portal Outreach in Kentville. His name is Russ, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Sancha, who stated that a recent count found that nearly 250 people across the Annapolis Valley were, as he said, I'm quoting here, precariously housed, at risk of being homeless, or in fact were homeless. That could include people who were couch surfing, staying temporarily with friends, or what he called tough living, like perhaps in a vehicle. And with perhaps, I'll open it up if anyone has any other comments. I have a tentative motion here that I'd like to make after discussion, if that would be proper. I don't know if anyone else would like to comment on the issue or not.
They also lost a pet.
Yes, and there was the death of a pet as well.
Do you have a motion, Councillor Prout?
Yes, I said I'd like to make the following motion. I would move that the warden send a letter on behalf of the council to the Honorable Chuck Porter, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and to the Honorable Leo Levine, the Minister of Health, expressing our concern over the number of citizens in the Annapolis Valley who are struggling with finding adequate housing, especially during these winter months. And that furthermore, there's a dire need for more affordable cost housing options, affordable and low cost housing options for citizens in our area. And I'm wondering, I guess that's the genesis of my motion. I feel that it behooves us as a council to express concern on this issue. And that's what I see this motion as accomplishing. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, thank you. The counselor provided the wording ahead of the meeting, which was much appreciated. Thank you.
I see. Okay. Was there a seconder for the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor LeBlanc seconds it. Discussion? Discussion? Seeing none. So this is a recommendation to council, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Could you read?
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Oh, were there some opposed?
No. I was just going to ask if the motion could actually be read out. Bruce read it, but it was kind of stammered and intermittent.
Uh-oh.
I can read the motion if you like. Would you like me to, Warden?
Please.
I think the deputy warden would like it read out again. Yes.
It was moved by Councillor Prout, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, to recommend that Municipal Council send a letter to the Honorable Chuck Porter, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Honorable Leo Levine, Minister of Health, expressing our concern over the number of citizens in the Annapolis Valley who are struggling with finding adequate housing, especially during these winter months, and to call attention to the dire need for more affordable, low-cost housing options for citizens in the Valley area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the picnic park at Upper Clements. And Deputy Warden Gunn and Councillor Morrison both have their names beside this.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrison?
We are dealing with the Upper Clements Picnic Park, which is on Highway 1, close to the Upper Clements Community Hall, and thus is in District 6. And I would like to thank Deputy Warden Gunn for his cooperation with what I'm about to bring forward, and to all citizens, both within and without District 6, who have written and spoken to each of us. The land known to many as the Upper Clements Picnic Park was put in a bit of a hiatus over a number of years, and people were permitted to walk in there at specified times, as opposed to what had happened in decades before. Last summer, Nora and Judith Peach of Clementsport, who are actively interested in that park, came to me about the length of the grass and how the park was left to deteriorate. I went to the CAO, who agreed that as it is county land, that the county would keep the park groomed, as he put it. Both the deputy warden and I have had letters and emails and conversations of memories conveyed by citizens of all ages and callings, talking about the environmental protection nature of the park. One called it a unique property, which was probably the inspiration of the Annapolis Basin that Harold Horwood so vividly captured in his classic memoir, Dancing on the Shore, published in 1987 and in 1989. It is really a great county asset, of great interest by and used by citizens of the county. And I do hope that Committee of the Whole and Council will take steps to improve accessibility and provide the necessary amenities at the Upper Clements Picnic Park. Therefore, I move that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the CAO conduct a study of the Upper Clements Picnic Park within the context of making the area more attractive to the general public, and that recommendations be submitted to April Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
There's a seconder to that motion. Deputy Warden Gunn seconds it. Further discussion on the motion? Councillor Sheridan.
So this land, it does belong to the county. It hasn't been transferred to EA Farron. Is this a different property or a property
It
within?
It belongs to the county.
So it's got nothing to do with the EA Farron.
The land belongs to the county.
Okay. No, I just wanted clarity on that. Thank you.
If I could just clarify that, the land that was purchased from the theme park was eventually divided into 3 parts.
Okay.
And the picnic park is on one end. The land conveyed to Mr. Farron is in the middle. And on the eastern side is the area subject to the 99-year lease. And so this was conveyed to the county, and it's county land. But when the staff report, assuming the motion passes, I'd like there to be some discussion as to whether this is tied up somehow with the Gordonston contract, just to make that clear that there's no restrictions there. Councillor Bartow?
I also like some clarification on that because, the land boundaries on those sections of land, you mentioned there was 3. Well, the third one is across the highway on the south side. And I thought it was on the north side was divided in 2, one for the county, one for the school. Now, if that was the case, that park would be part of a portion of that one that was going to the school for Farron. So I'm just a little confused on the actual boundary locations and the ownership at this point. And I think we need to get that clarified ASAP.
Well, I think we do know the answer to that. The large piece on the south side of the highway is about 150 acres, and it's currently owned by the municipality, is my understanding. Again, I don't know whether it's tied up with the Gordonston stuff, but it's currently owned by the municipality, unless someone can correct me.
So the way you understand it is on the north side of the highway, there's 3 parcels.
Correct. The picnic park, the part conveyed to Mr. Farron, and the part subject to the 99-year lease. Further comments? Councillor Redden? You're muted, Councillor Redden.
Not having good luck with that today. It's been relayed to me at some point that when all this property was originally conveyed to form Upper Clements Park, that there was a lien on it, like that public would always have access to all of these blocks of property. And I don't know if does that cover this park as well, or various subdivisions that have happened since. I would think you can't really remove that.
Well, I see Mr. Cotw making a note. So I assume that might be discussed in the staff report that's been requested.
Thanks.
Other comments? Do we need the motion read back? I think we understand motion unless someone would like it read. Seeing that, then I'll call for a vote then. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next, Councillor Morrison, climate change.
Thank you. In November of 2019, Annapolis County staged at the Annapolis Basin Conference Center the first Climate Change Action Summit in the province. There was excellent attendance and discussions. I was the master of ceremonies for the event, having also served on the summit planning committee. A follow-up meeting was planned for mid-2020 at the latest, but of course, COVID-19 intervened. In the meantime, I have kept in touch with interested citizens who wish to see this subject advanced. One of the agreements at the summit was that participants would think of how they, as individuals, could take positive actions regarding climate change. These suggestions were to form the basis for the first follow-up meeting. I have received a number of suggestions and will distribute them in time for the February council meeting. A final action summit report was prepared and delivered, but to the best of my knowledge and after searching, I cannot find it on the county webpage. I move that Committee of the Whole recommend to council that it establish a tab on the country homepage, on the county homepage entitled Climate Change, and that the Climate Change Action Summit final report and citizen submissions be placed thereon. Thank you.
Is Councillor LeBlanc, do you second the motion? Yes. I have no difficulty with the thrust of it, but I don't like, I should say that to me, this is something that a staff report would be appropriate to see what the issues might be to put something like this on our webpage and exactly what to put on and that sort of thing. And, you know, I don't know if that was contemplated in your motion, Councillor Morrison, that we have a staff report on that, or?
Not specifically, but if Committee of the Whole wishes, it seems to me it should be axiomatic that a report commissioned by the county and delivered to the county should at the very least be on our webpage. Whichever method we use is up to Committee of the Whole and ultimately council.
That's fine. I'm not familiar with that report myself. Madam Clerk?
There may have been a report prepared and delivered somewhere. It has not been received by council or approved by council, nor is it in the record of the clerk to owning it.
Oh, yeah, right. The report can be accessed on the World Wide Web.
What I'm saying is the report was not submitted to council for council's approval.
Councillor Connell?
Yes, I'd rather have the report and read the report before we decide to put it on our county website. And I don't, and not saying anything good or bad about the report, but any situation like this, I wouldn't mind the report being put on there, but individuals' suggestions, they should just come to council. They shouldn't be put on our website.
Well, let me suggest that we have a staff report that deals with these things and we can circulate the report so we can all read it and then deal with it at the next committee of the whole. Would that be sufficient, Councillor Morrison?
Yes, and I'll withdraw the motion I made so committee can formulate a new one.
Well, you can put forward a new motion if you wish, Councillor Morrison, to request a staff report and for the next committee of the whole in this regard.
And do I have the agreement of the seconder?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
All right, I move that the committee of the whole recommend to council that the CAO conduct a study of the Climate Change Action Summit and of county efforts in the field of climate change and report back to committee of the whole not later than the April meeting.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire seconds it. Mr. Cotw?
Warden, for you to council, I'm looking at what I've got on my plate, and I don't know how big this report is and what it's going to entail to conduct a study. For now, what I could do is commit to council that we'll find the report and circulate it to you so you can read it. But you can have it. I'll be honest with council, with all of the priorities I have on my plate right now, I can't commit to April, and certainly can't commit for the next CAO where this is going to lie. I'm just wondering if, for now, if I can at least circulate the report to council so you're fully aware of what it says, and then you might want to give us some direction. You might then decide you want to give direction to the CAO to do a study. That would be my suggestion.
Well, let me go back to Councillor Morrison.
Okay, I can withdraw the second motion and make a new one.
Councillor Longmire, do you agree with withdrawing that? Yes. Okay. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. Deep breath. I move that committee of the whole recommend to council that it ask the chief administrative officer to locate the final report of the Annapolis County Climate Change Action Summit and distribute it to members of council.
Third seconder, Councillor LeBlanc seconds that. Further discussion on that motion? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I would like to see that report. I was at that summit and, sat in the time that it was going on. It was quite well ran and cost us a lot of money. And I'd like to see what we got for our money out of that. I made the motion that Annapolis County declare a climate emergency with hopes that the county would look at its own operations and try to lower its carbon footprint. I thought that would be a good thing. Others thought that the climate summit would be a better thing, better to talk than do action. Anyway, I'll leave that there. I'm looking forward with bated breath to see this report. Thank you.
Other comments? Councillor LeBlanc.
And I as well was at the conference, and we were, for the longest time, I have to agree with Madame Clerk, that we were waiting to receive the document, and it was said that it was going to come, but we'd never received it, or I've never received it, just to make it clear. But I'd love to see it as well. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Councillor Morrison, the last item under new business, Annapolis Basin Conference Center.
Maybe we can have but one draft of this one. I would like to move that Committee of the Whole recommend that the warden and council draft or send a letter of appreciation to Annapolis Basin Conference Center for its service in providing facilities for a number of county meetings.
There a seconder for that? Councillor Prout? Discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Barto?
Wondering the need to thank somebody for something that we were paying for.
My view is we should always thank people.
Mhm.
Good point.
Further
I'd
discussion?
like to think that someday we will be thanked for our service, even though we're getting paid for it.
Further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Before we go into departmental reports, let me just make some comments here. With respect to the last, if councilors want to put matters on the agenda, it would be helpful if you would set out some background rather than setting just a note to the clerk saying, I'd like to put this on the agenda. As you can see, it would be helpful to have a draft motion. And it's, I think, necessary that there be at least a couple of paragraphs of background. Now, what the practice is that usually around a Thursday before the Tuesday meeting, the clerk puts the agenda together for the upcoming Tuesday meeting, whether it's committee of the whole or council. And then on the Thursday or Friday, she sends it to me and to the CAO to review. And we don't have a lot of time to turn it around because she puts together the package on Friday. If I have that right, Madam Clerk, roughly?
May I correct it?
Sure.
Receive stuff on Monday so that the CAO can review it on Tuesday, so that the warden can review it on Wednesday, so that the clerk can then copy it. Wednesday noon would be great for that, but I'm usually copying at 10 o'clock on Thursday night, waiting for late additions. So it's really starts on the Monday when things are.
All right.
Clerk.
Thank you. So the idea is if you've got something to go on a Tuesday committee of the whole meeting or council meeting, try and get something in writing to the clerk on the Monday in the previous week.
Yes, please.
And a draft motion would be appreciated and a couple of paragraphs of background so that those of us that look at the agenda, we know what's coming up before we get there. So it would be helpful if we could all follow that practice in the future. Next, departmental reports. Paragraph number 6 on the agenda, community development. That's page 83 of 125. Do we, Madam Clerk, do we usually have a motion to approve these reports?
Yes,
Normally do, and then you have discussion.
I move that we accept these reports.
Who was that?
Me.
Councillor Redden, you moved it?
LeBlanc.
Councillor LeBlanc moved it. Councillor Redden seconded it. Further discussion with respect to the community development report?
I have
Deputy
this
Warden,
in inquiry.
just Deputy Warden, I saw him first.
Thank you. It would be number 4D, the Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub. Did we ever make out for washrooms with that, with the province? How did, because it's been months since we talked about these things. And through you, Mr. Warden, to Mr. Catino and staff. Yeah, we were, told we were going to have washrooms there at one time. And then we didn't get washrooms, and it was an owed a budget expense we were going to be up against. Thank you.
Mr. McGinnis, can you respond to that?
Yeah, just the background for that is previous council approved a $100,000 project to renovate the existing washroom, and we're kind of in mid throes of doing that at this point. We did put a new roof on the building to protect the asset. The building, for those that maybe aren't as familiar with the site, is just slightly south of the tennis courts. There was contemplated in the original development of the sports hub I'll say a much more significant structure called a field house and washrooms, which was eliminated from the project due to cost very early on in the project. When the issue was presented to council when we're looking at the committee of the whole, there was discussion to approach the province, I'll say at the political level, to see what kind of funding we could leverage out of them. I'm not aware of that happening. Significant changes have happened on council, but there is a $100,000 commitment in our budget at this point to really what I envisioned as a gutting of the building. It's in poor shape in the interior, but it's a cinder block building. I think the building is in good shape, and just reestablish the washrooms and look further down the road in terms of a field house, which is say for the most part accompany these types of facilities. There's also discussion at the community level with community groups, the track and field groups, to have some sort of canteen incorporated into that structure, which was there originally, but we haven't landed on that, and that's for a council discussion in the future.
Thank you. Councilor LeBlanc, I saw you next. Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Just a side note for that, is there accessibility grants that can be looked at to help out with that one? I was just wondering on that when you said that.
Before you go on, Mr. McGinnis, were you going to respond to that?
Yes, if I could.
Yes.
There is grants available, but it's an application process. But certainly, whatever the grant position will be at the end of the day, accessibility will be an issue with that building.
Yeah.
So LeBlanc, you had a second point?
Well, what I was looking at is page 83, 4A. I see that we're continuing to do the Annapolis County Volunteer Awards, and there will only be us and the town of Middleton participating this year. That's what I understand of that. I was wondering if there's a problem, or is that's something new, because we usually have both. But I do have to commend the staff that they're putting all our community events, instead of a book this year, they're putting it online. I know it's not accessible to everyone and people will have trouble. However, it's one of those things you have to adapt to, and dates would be floating all over the place as far as things are going. But at the same time, at least it's out there, and if some people know, it's better than nobody knowing what's going on in the county. So I'd like to commend them for that forward thinking. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hudson?
No, I was just going to make a comment regarding the washroom facilities. I guess you've moved on from that, so I'm fine.
Okay. Further comments with respect to the community development report? Councilor LeBlanc.
I only have one more, and 84, page 84J, the Canada Summer Jobs. We submitted a grant application for one position only.
One in recreation and two in municipal operations.
So yes, one in recreation and two. What would be the municipal operation part of it? Could I ask?
Can someone respond to that? And Mr. McGinnis?
It's actually relates to the sports hub and the additional work. With that, it's hard to predict kind of the level of use given the COVID situation. But if restrictions are lifted, we anticipate that facility will be busy and will require additional staff to maintain in the summer months.
So it's in the
or
main
the seasonal months.
sports hub.
Yeah, because we can't, in terms of operationally, we can't commit solely to that and not and maintain our trails, maintain our other parks. So it's I've just chosen to position them there because there's part of the requirements there is supervision and training. So that seemed to be the best place to apply the application.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Any other comments with respect to the community development report? Deputy Warden?
If I may, I just wanted to commend you on what Nadine put together with the Rose Fortune story online. Well done. They really deserve a good slap on the back for that. Thank you.
I agree.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the approval of the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Legislative Services Report, which is on page 87 of 125 on our package. It's before us there. Any comments or questions, Councillor Hudson?
Yes, the Human Resources and Safety, the first sentence, work is nearing completion on an integrated payroll software upgrade, enabling all hourly staff to complete timesheets electronically. I think that's all great, but is there going to be an approval process in there for the supervisors to approve those hours that are submitted?
Ms. Campbell?
Yes, that's integrated into it. It follows the same process that we currently do on paper. So there has to be an approval process before it can get processed through our ADP software.
Thank you. Other comments with respect to the Legislative Services Report? Councillor Redden. You're muted.
On page 88, we have letters of appointment and an alternate for the FOIPOP review in there. And
where is that on page 88?
Top of the page, Freedom of Information, Protection of Privacy.
Oh, yes.
I was just wondering how much training is involved for whoever gets appointed. It's freedom of information. The redaction process is not trivial. It's quite a fine line to properly redact the things that need to be redacted and not overly redact things. My experience with them is that they're generally not well done. And I don't mean just from the county. I mean from provincial government, federal government, all over the place. And I've had complaints from citizens about past ones from the county that they thought lacked completeness, and when they referred them to the ombudsman tended to agree with them. So I just wanted to make sure that whoever we appoint for that had some quality training done and support.
Yeah, I will indicate that over the past number of months, we've had a different responsible person. And that person is no longer employed by the municipality. And it says here that the director, that's Ms. Campbell, will be the administrator. And I believe she has experience in this. Ms. Campbell, would you like to add to that?
So Cheryl Mason and I had been administrator and coordinator for FOIPOP for in excess of 10 years and have received generally annual training in regards to FOIPOP. It has been a little less prior to this with COVID starting. It's only been less than a year that we hadn't been doing it. And as had been indicated by the warden, it had been being done by a different person. So generally the training is provided annually by the Privacy Commissioner.
Thank you. Councillor Bartow?
Does council make this appointment, or is that a staffing issue through the office of the CAO?
That's the office of the CAO, and I've appointed Cheryl.
John Campbell?
Yeah, Dawn Campbell. And there's who is the second person? Dawn, I forget.
Carol Mason.
Cheryl Mason.
Yes. So Cheryl Mason. Sorry. That's what I was trying to say first. And all to say to council is that most information that we have is really public information. There is no reason for us not to be able to provide it, the information the public is seeking. So it may not even be necessary for them to file a FOIPOP request if they just make a phone call and are looking for something. It's much easier for us to give them what it is they're looking for than when they file a FOIPOP request. Sometimes because they don't know what they're looking for, they'll say, we want all the information from 1999 to 2005 on. And so then you could be digging through a whole lot of stuff. So I would simply say that I think with the openness of council today, and certainly with our FOIPOP officers, if there's something you need and you can call the clerk's office and it's available, it's public information, we should be able to provide it. And if it requires specific FOIPOP request, well, that can come through, and as council has pointed out, we'll redact what we need to redact, but generally there's not too much to redact anyway. Thank you.
I was raising that question.
Councillor Bartow, yes.
Yeah, I was raising a question more specifically related to history and what has transpired, that we have some protection and controls for council that we don't get FOIPOP'd. I guess everybody understands where I'm coming from on that. And I just want to, the reason I asked the question was just to see what kind of controls, checks and balances was in there as far as that appointment goes.
Thank you. Any other comments with respect to the Legislative Services Report, Ms. Campbell?
If I might, through you, Mr. Warden, to council, there are checks and balances in that we have a routine access policy, and the majority of requests are handled through the routine access policy without ever having to go through a formal request process. The other thing that I would say is everyone who does go through a formal FOIPOP request process has the ability to appeal the decision of the county to the Privacy Commissioner.
Madam Clerk, you were going to make a comment?
I just wanted to make a special note that this is the first month where the Legislative Services Director has submitted a monthly report, and the Protective Services report falls under that. So it's not going to be separate. It's part of this report. Just calling your attention to that.
If I could make a comment on that, Warden 3 to council, it occurred to me that our Director of Legislative Services and our Director of Finance weren't on the list for providing monthly reports. And I think they're two very important positions in our senior staff, and it was important that you do start getting reports from the directors as well.
Thank you. Other comments with respect to the Legislative Services Report? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I'm confused about Councillor Bartow's remarks where he said something about wanting to make sure that councillors are not FOIPOP'd. I don't understand that.
Councillor Bartow, would you like to respond?
I did not say that councillors FOIPOP'd. That I said that councillors were requested to FOIPOP information. It wasn't the currently appointed FOIPOP officers. It was the previous one that was related to the outgoing council and CAO that I was referring to. It was with a difficulty of information flow for us that was not legitimate, but it was thrown up in our face And I just, not saying that we're going to go down that road again, but it happened. And I just didn't want to see that happen again in the future.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. At our last meeting, Warden, you indicated that certain comments were just water under the bridge. And in that spirit, I will accept Councillor Bartow's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on the Legislative Services Report?
I may have missed a mover and seconder for that. I don't
think we did it, actually.
Okay.
So would someone
good.
like to approve that? Councillor Sheridan moves, Deputy Warden seconds. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. Next is the Financial Services Third Quarter Budget Report and Statement of Financial Position. Would someone like to move the approval of that so we can put it on the floor for discussion? Councillor LeBlanc moves. We have Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion. Councillor Hudson. Councillor Hudson, yes, you have a question?
Yes, just referring to Polly's memo to Louis. In the revenue, she mentions the $614,798 received from the Safe Restart Fund. I would understand that that would be because of COVID. And I guess my question would be, that was just a one-time payment, was it?
We're in the wrong place. Are we not?
Where
are we?
Hudson, can you point out where it is you're picking that up?
I'm on page 94.
Oh. 94.
And it would be the first sentence after the revenue.
It's on the Q3 report, not the statement of financial position.
It's in the memorandum on page 94.
Are we not doing the protective services?
No, the protective services was part of the Legislative Services Report, Councillor LeBlanc.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. So Councillor Hudson, perhaps we'll start over. Can you tell me where it is you're picking up?
I'm looking at page 94, 125, and that's the memo from Polly to the CAO.
Correct.
And I'm particularly referring to the section that says revenue.
Okay.
And it says revenue was up considerably from last year due to Safe Restart funds being received from the province in the amount of $614,798. My question was, is that just went into routine operations?
Ms. Ord, would you like to respond to that?
Yes. The province sent us probably back in October, $714,000, 99,000 of which will be for King's Transit for Safe Restart. It is a one-time lump sum payment. I'm still in talks with Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing as to how we administer that, what it covers. There's 4 different categories. There's PPE, there's King's Transit. There's, if you have a loss in revenue, you can use some of those funds towards those expenses. But there's also another section that says you can use it for basically anything, but I still want clarification because the Auditor General can come back 5 years down the road and want to do an audit, and we don't want to then have to pay back that money. So any excess money will be put in our operating reserve. I'm assuming the province is thinking that will be for future pandemics and not necessarily use all of this money for this pandemic. So it would go in our operating reserve and be earmarked for that purpose and could not be spent on anything else. Currently, we have probably $50,000 identified that we've spent, like having meetings off-site and cleaning, extra cleaning, PPE and all that sort of thing, as well as some probably at home costs, like for staff to work from home. So it could be up there around 100,000, 150 with the excess being put over into reserve.
Did you say the operating reserve?
Yes.
If this has to be earmarked for something special like a pandemic, should it not be kept separate from the operating reserve?
We could put that in a separate reserve, and it could earn interest as well.
Well, otherwise we might think we have it to spend when we don't.
Yeah, it might be easier to keep track of the remainder or whatnot. And I don't know how long the province is going to allow us to use expenditures towards that money. So how long into 2021 are we allowed to buy additional laptops, for instance?
When you mentioned you were going to seek clarification, you were talking about seeking clarification from the province. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. I'll come back to you, Councillor Hudson.
Just one more very quick question.
Councillor
Where is that money sitting now?
Sitting in general operating bank account.
Okay. Other comments with respect to the financial services report? Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, getting back to that 614,000, what are some of the things you said that we use it for? Mask, computers, offsite, meetings. What are other things? Are there others?
We haven't actually used it. All we've done at this point is identified those expenditures, tied a work order to them, so that if the province says, okay, you can use these things, and they're not real helpful on what you can use it for. It's a real guessing game for your municipalities, because they don't really want to come right out and say exactly what you can use it for. But there is the potential a few years down the road that the Auditor General could come in and audit our books. So we want to make sure, that we're using it for the things we should be. So I'm not even sure what those things are, and most municipalities wouldn't know at this point. But all we can do is maybe put in the claim and
Okay, you check with the province?
So, yeah, we must, should we be writing them a letter?
They really don't want to, the province generally does not commit to things like that. They'll ask you to seek your own.
Well, it's always good to ask and tell them that they're not going to tell us. It's good to have in the records.
Yeah, I have sent an email off, but they're not getting back to me, because they probably don't want to put anything in writing either, right?
No, who knows?
But I will continue to keep on them.
Well, thank you. So, Mr. Warden, do you think that it would be better if it came from you, from council?
No, I think that our Ms. Ord is well equipped to, she knows a lot more about it
She's
than I
not
do.
equipped. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe if it came from the warden, could it be different? Just asking.
No, not when it comes to the province. No.
Mr. Cotw?
Warden, through you to council, there are a lot of expenses that are currently not eligible. And as when I was talking to my senior staff, particularly on the technology front, we've had to, because of COVID, we've had to ramp up on our technology costs and technology upgrades, new servers. We're going to need, a lot of replacement of some of our laptops and stuff that, because of, switching to Zoom and what have you, some of them are quite labored. In any case, normally we could have limped along, but with the new environment, these things are no longer stuff that we can limp along with. So the idea is that between the Director of Finance, myself, and probably see if other colleagues across the province have the same issue, to see if we can approach the province to include our technology upgrade costs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. I have one for Ms. Ord. If you turn to page 92 of 125. Last year we had a bank indebtedness of 1.5 million, and this year we have none.
Oh, this is only a report as of December 31st.
Right.
This financial position will look very different at year end because we generally don't keep up with it all year. We do most of our journal entries at year end. The indebtedness last year is generally because we pay all of our capital budget or capital project costs from our general operating bank account. And that bank indebtedness is the bank account. So currently that bank account is not in the red. It's not indebted. So it's over on the asset side, which is the 272 or 727,486 on the very top line on page 93. So at year end, generally the reserves owe our general operating that total amount of money, that 1.5 million. And it'll be more this year because we're working on a $13 million internet project. So you'll also notice on the liability page, there are a lot of, or on the asset page, there are a lot of due froms. So those were the amounts that were due to our general operating from those reserves, such as gas tax, capital reserve, water operating, all of those different funds. Because all year long, we don't pay back all of that money we don't reimburse our general operating. It generally the majority of it gets done at year end.
That's March 31st.
That's right. Yeah. So when you get the audited financial statements, likely in September, I'm hoping, it'll look totally different. Your financial position will look totally different. But I'm really hoping for a surplus. So if you look on page 92, at the very bottom, it says equity surplus deficit. At December 31st, it's showing a $1.5 million surplus. It certainly will not be that. It's because we have 3 more months left in the year to receive money and to have expenditures. It's hard to say what that will look like at March 31st. And some of our liabilities at this point are not even determined. So we're not sure what it'll look like at March 31st, because some of those commitments may not happen until or our next fiscal.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hudson.
Yes, I just want to refer to a number that the CFO just mentioned, and that was on page 93, and it was the cash figure, the 727,486. And I believe she previously said that that $614,000 was part of that. And I just mentioned that because I do not see on the liability page where that is set up as a due to.
Ms. Ord, can you respond to that?
Well, it's because we really don't know. Right now, all it's doing is sitting in a bank account. It's just sitting there. So we're really, until I get clarification from the province, I'm not sure which expenditures I can apply that to, with the remainder going over to operating reserve. But eventually it will be, it really isn't due to anything, right? Because
no,
I'm not sure we can even spend it.
No, I guess my only point, should that money not be set aside and not left in the operating account so it doesn't present a picture that is not really true?
That's similar to what I was suggesting earlier.
Yeah, we could do that. We could move it over to operating reserve and let it sit there instead, and then bring the money in as due to general operating at year end.
I was thinking it might even be something different from the operating reserve, because that's going to make us think we have all this money to spend, which we don't.
Right. It would still be a type of operating reserve, but earmarked for safe restart.
Keep it separate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Sharon.
So we're on the topic of the operating reserve. I see that there's 990,000 in the operating reserve, but 522 committed. What is that 522 committed to? Do you have any idea or remember? I don't remember.
If you look on the back page,
Can you tell us what page you're looking at?
96.
Yeah, if you look on the transfer page of the budget,
What page is that?
that's page 118.
Okay.
You'll see $150,000 and then $100,000 for short-term borrowing for the internet and the
Oh, where's that? Tell me again where it is.
on T1. T is in transfer.
Page 118.
118. So,
18, yeah.
and you'll
I
see
don't see it.
150. T1 is on page 118.
And it says 5610 interest and interest. That one, short-term borrowing, internet.
That's it.
And the municipal election?
Yes.
Okay.
And the actually municipal election came in 109,000. That'll be funded from operating reserve. But if I find that there's a significant surplus at year end, maybe we can pay it from general operating rather than from reserves. So we weren't really sure when we did this budget a year ago how much the short-term borrowing costs were going to be for the internet project and for Gordonston. So we put 250,000 in there. That's way overstated. It'll probably be more like 50 for the two projects. And again, maybe we won't have to use operating reserve. I'm really hoping there's some surplus there that we can.
Did you say 50,000?
Yeah, 50 to 75,000.
You just cut out there, sorry.
Yeah, 50 to 75,000 probably.
Okay.
Year end. Depends on how much we borrow. So we only pay interest as we borrow.
Yeah.
So the more we get completed on the internet project, the more we borrow. So right now we're at about 5.5 million.
So on that, can I just do a follow-up?
Councillor Sheridan, yes, you had another comment?
Well, just in that same line, right underneath there, it's waste management legal fees. That's an additional cost there. And the business growth and incubation projects. What is the business growth for 47,000? What is that pertaining to?
Those amounts were put in there many, many years ago and many, many CAOs ago. So there's just money that's sitting there, I guess, that the CAO could use if in a pinch, if they had a certain project. There was a project years ago. I'm not sure what it was even called now, but those monies just stayed there. There's no effect on the base budget because it shows a credit above, which is a transfer. Right. And then your transfer from and to just cancel each other off. So there's no effect to the operating budget, but there is an effect to the operating reserve. It's an expense to the operating reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions with respect to the financial report? Just looking around the room, Councillor Hudson, before I come back to you, in case there's someone else, Councillor Redden. You're muted, Councillor Redden.
Of course.
We really want to hear what you have to say.
Paula, you had made, through you, Chair, to staff. One of the comments was about how our solid waste management fees were structured differently because of our change in trucking with the transfer station being online. So I'm on page 112.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, the beginning of the year we had to, we were still trucking and because the transfer station wasn't ready. So we probably spent an additional $100,000 in the 2021 budget, which we won't have in the 21-22 budget. So those costs are up. There's 148,000 to date for legal fees. And I'm not sure what it's showing here for legal fees.
I see 104,000.
Yeah, at December 31st, it was 104. Today it's escalated to 148. And in the new budget, we'll likely put I'm thinking 100,000 maybe for legal fees.
Yeah.
Anywhere from 50 to 100. So that's one of the pressures on the new budget.
So we've got line 6205, transportation services. Is that our consolidated, like our trucks that we pay to take our waste after it's all been consolidated at the transfer station?
Yes.
That's that one. And then our curbside collection is half of what it was the year before. Is that all reflective of our trucks not having to drive to Cogmagun? Our curbside collection trucks not having to drive to Cogmagun?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding it.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? Councillor Sheridan.
Regarding Basin View, the consultants and the engineers that we hired, I don't see it listed under the expenses for Basin View. Is that somewhere else in the budget that I could locate, or? Because I have no idea what that costs for engineering and consultants, and I don't see a breakdown anywhere.
Ms. Ord, can you answer that?
I might need Steve to answer that one. I think that's the capital project.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's under the capital projects.
Okay.
It would be, I think it's funded from gas tax.
I'd have to double check that, but it would be reported under a capital project.
Yeah, so it would be funded by gas tax because that's the only reserve we have to spend money on Basin View for capital projects.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Councillor Barto?
Just back to that item for trucking costs, I'm just trying to get my head around why all of a sudden it was that stopped in June. Was that, I mean, we still have to truck things out. That must have been additional trucking costs, or what is that related to?
I think, correct me if, Mr. McGinnis, you can answer that.
We were hauling direct from curbside to the landfill until the transfer site opened up in June. And then the curbside collection vehicles would only have to go to the transfer site, and then we would haul much larger loads, more economical loads directly to the landfill from there. That's the reduction in cost.
Okay, that's the difference between the two methods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Further questions? I'll come back to you. I think it's Councillor Hudson's turn.
I don't want to monopolize the questions. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. And I'm referring to page 96 of 125. And if I read this correctly, if you look at the report and you go across, and it would be column 3 from left to right, bank account balance. And then you have the withdrawals and so on and so forth. Does that column there represent the March 31st, 2020 balance?
What amount are you saying?
Pardon me?
What amount? Is it the,
Well, any of those amounts under that bank account balance, that first column,
yeah,
are those March 31st, 2020 balances?
on the far right, the column on the far right or the left?
The one on the left.
Okay, so these are all current year, 2021 numbers. All those, the whole column, current year. Whereas the one to the right of that is all last year at March 31st. But these on the left,
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm.
they're to December 31st.
Okay, look at the first one, the 679,841.
Yeah, I have to find that page.
Was that a March 31st, 2020 balance?
No, December 31st.
December 31st.
Yeah, so we're really comparing because we've never done this type of report for council before. This is the first one. So this is the one under 2020 on the left is December 31st. And we're comparing it to March 31st.
Okay. Okay. No, normally I would read those reports to have the previous year end, and then you would have the a column that would show what like transfers in and then transfers out. But that's not the case with this report.
No, and so you're talking your due to froms?
Yeah, because that's why I don't see the gas tax grants in this report.
I just have, while we're on this page, Ms. Ord, in the middle of name of reserve, letter of intent. I didn't know what that meant. What is that?
That is the funds that were received from the province over the last 5 years for capital projects for the former town of Bridgetown.
Oh, okay.
So last year, and maybe Steve can answer this, there was obviously a bit of money spent from that reserve last year of $2,770.
If I may, Mr.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. McGinnis.
Warden, I was just some minor engineering in the startup for, I believe, the Queen Street project, the design project that we undertook this year.
Okay. Other questions? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to go to page, I think it's 96. Yes, it is 96. And the third one down there, it says the Parks Levy Reserve. Now I'm reading this as if we got $28,955 in a reserve account somewhere that will be used for parks, development of parks. Does that go into our recreation? What happens to that, or does it just sit there forever?
Okay, so levy, that income comes from when subdivisions are created. The subdivider or developer may choose to pay a percentage of the value, right there, value of a piece of property, or actually transfer over a piece of property out of that subdivision.
That's right.
So we have some funds sitting in a Parks Levy Reserve right now.
And just if I can clarify, that money's for parks, period.
It is.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know, maybe Albert can explain that a little bit more, but because they kind of administer it through the planning office. But you can't just use it on anything, I'm sure.
I don't know the answer to that. Is Mr. Dunphy still with us? No,
Oh,
he's still here. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, he's there. Okay. I was going to explain it.
Mr. Dunphy, the money that's put aside in the Parks Reserve, Levy Reserve, can that be used for anything, or does it have to be used for something in particular?
Within that's Parks Levy money has very specific requirements. It's generally there maybe to do things like a purchase piece of land or to upkeep. And I'm just looking for the exact section in the Municipal Government Act for you.
Oh, I don't think you need that. I think you've answered the question.
Yeah, that's generally what it's there for. Yeah.
Okay. Next, let me look around here. Councillor Bartow?
So going on from that, that money could be used for, just for example, maintaining the Upper Clements Picnic Park.
Mr. Dunphy, can you respond to that?
I believe it can be because it's now a municipal property, yes.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, remember, the money sitting in reserves, it's not operating money. So for a picnic park, you're going to need staff, you're going to need supplies and that sort of thing, which would come from your operating budget. Whereas the money sitting in these reserves is more for capital purchasing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Next, any other questions before we move on? Councillor Redden.
So I'm looking at page 104, Office of the CAO. And when we compare, so that's about 2/3 of the way down the page. And the top lines, 6,000, 6,010, salaries and benefits. And we we don't see a big jump in benefits year to year, but our salary numbers are kind of spiking. And we look significantly over budget. I'm curious why.
Yeah, Ms. Ord, can you respond to that?
So you're saying we look seriously over budget in the salaries line or the benefits line?
I would say both. I just assume some of our benefits are prepaid.
Actually, I think we only budgeted 21% of salaries for that benefit line last year. And we had an increase in benefits last year, and likely we'll have one of this year as well. So instead of using a 21%, I'm going to use probably 26.
Okay.
This year. But the salary line should come in on budget. That should
Yeah.
come in.
I don't think we're over budget on that.
Which one was that?
The benefits are depending on all sorts of things, right? And what people want to take, right?
Absolutely. So there you have some, who are not taking the full 9% pension.
No, it's not really meant for operating. Right.
Okay, let's, next, sorry, I think, I don't want to cut anybody off, but I think we had the answer there, did we? Next question. I think we're done. Financial questions? Councilor LeBlanc, you have another question?
I have one. I just give me some instruction on page 112.
Take it up there.
The very bottom of the page, Ms. Ord.
That's right.
Public Health Services, 9610.
Yeah.
Bridgetown Western Regional Housing. At the very end, it says actual should be 110,291 plus, which is, and the other one says 39,345 or more.
Right.
Well, you're asking what that means, Councilor LeBlanc? Yeah, Ms. Ord, can you respond to that?
Sure. So we're responsible for the deficits of Western Regional Housing Authority, which are all the seniors complexes. And Bridgetown is the second amount. So that was brought from their budget back in 2014. And when Western Regional Housing Authority gave us their budget last year, they basically warned us of what's coming at March 31st because they were doing major capital projects on those buildings. So it's going to be difficult to know how much to budget unless they can tell us for next year. I don't think we'll see $110,000 in, but you just don't know. They may have a capital budget that's,
So those notes were kind of just notes to yourself to remember.
Well, yes, and to let you guys know that
there's a possibility of doubling the amount for the next.
That's right. So that'll affect any surplus deficit at year end.
Correct. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, do we have a motion, Madam Clerk, on the floor on this?
There is a motion by Councillor LeBlanc, Deputy Warden Gunn, to receive it.
To receive it or to approve it?
Receive it for information.
I'll call for the vote. Motion is to receive the financial report for information. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried. Maybe we'll go do one more. Maybe we'll take a break after this, an afternoon break. Municipal services report. Would someone like to move to receive that for information and we'll discuss it? So moved by Councillor Hudson, seconded by Deputy Warden. Discussion? Councillor Sheridan?
So on page 120, under waste management, under bin replacement and repairs, 25 repairs. And a while back, we were told that we get reimbursed from the vendor that we purchase these from for repairs. Is this still being utilized? Are we still getting reimbursement for any repairs on the bins?
I understand that's still to be correct. Yep.
That is
Sorry,
correct.
Warden.
Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden, I don't see anything about my comfort center in Bear River, that anything's happening there anywhere mentioned. And I'm just wondering if I could get a little update on is there anything happening?
Mr. McGinnis? You're muted, Mr. McGinnis.
I'm taking my lead from some of the counselors. If I may, I'd like to report back on at council on that particular issue. The information kind of changes day to day, and there's a lot of projects, and I haven't got that information right at my fingertips. But I will bring back that information on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Further comments on the municipal services report? Councillor Barto.
For you, Warden, I just see a question on the Granville Ferry water source on contractor to investigate the SCADA. I'm just wondering what the status on that was.
Where's that? Where's that? Can you point that
page?
out?
That's page 119.
19.
2 pages the way down, Granville Ferry waters.
What was the question again?
I just wanted the status. It says something about the SCADA contractor to investigate.
Oh, okay. That's, if I may.
Go ahead. Yes.
That's our SCADA system. That's our SCADA system, our remote monitoring systems. They're getting quite aged out. We have some very old radios there. He did get them to work since I've written this report, but there will likely be a project put forth to begin to upgrade our radio systems for the SCADA system.
Further comments on the municipal services report? Councillor Connell.
It wasn't on his report, but I was wondering when we did our special committee of the whole on waste management. In that, it was given what we paid for the bins per year, what we paid for the land per year, and that gave the public to realize how much money it's costing us to have that site. But under that, it was missed out on. The county bought a new loader, I think at $188,000. We put a coverall building up there. We got scales there, and those costs wasn't added into that report. So when the report came out at 1.9 million, it's a lot more than that. And I thought through Steve's office where our initial cost, I know it's capital cost, but it's still, the public should know how much it's cost us. We did a good job in that report, but we still missed out on a lot of things that taxpayers have put money into.
Mr. McGinnis, did you want to respond to that?
There was I just want to make sure it wasn't muted. There was a previous report reported, I believe, presented to council in December that summarized all the capital costs. I believe the numbers that Councillor Connell is referring to is the ongoing operating costs, which there are land costs for that over a 5-year term. If council's looking for a more consolidated statement, we can certainly combine those operating costs and the overall capital cost to date and present that to the next committee of the whole.
Further comments? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor to receive this report for information. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the CAO office. Is this going to be long, Mr. Cotw, or should we take a break now, or is it going to be short and we'll do it? You're muted, Mr. Cotw.
No, we can take a break, but this is just a summary of, and I'll get the clerk to walk you through those. On the other one, my CAO weekly reports, normally I would have had a monthly report, but I have several CAO weekly reports. So if you have any questions on any of those, I could take them, but maybe we should be filing them here for council to receive. I have to show how you want my weekly reports to be handled. But anyway, I think we should take a break, and then I'll let the clerk walk through this document for you.
All right, we'll take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 10 minutes to 3.
Move to receive the CAO's report for
Is there a seconder? Councillor Connell. Discussion? Councillor Redden. You're muted.
Long day. This list of motions is part of the CAO's report, yes?
From the office of the CAO, and that is submitted by the clerk, yes.
Okay. I was looking for an update on motion 201215.29, which
So
comes
that would have been in your last committee of the whole package then.
Yeah, it wasn't really much of an update there either. About training for in-camera stuff from Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Yeah.
That motion just didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, so on these lists that you get from me that are circulated,
yes,
I don't go back and update them. That's the status of when they're printed. And usually there's only a status there if it's something that my office has looked after. I don't hear from other people when things are complete. If I do, I include it. I don't go back and update them. But the CAO may have an update on the in-camera training from the Office of the Ombudsman.
Is there any update on that?
Only to say that I've spoken to DMA, and they're prepared to do a workshop for us on all of that. And I'm trying to tie it into the orientation training that's still outstanding. So council, if you'll bear with me, I'll get back to you maybe at council next week with just a short update on potential dates on when we can now sit down and start doing something different than what I've been doing the last month. Anyway, so there's a whole piece on orientation and roles and responsibilities. We're looking to do an education piece with council on finances. So it's part of the whole, orientation process. But that is clearly one of them. And thanks for raising it. I will follow through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this report? Seeing none, there's a motion to receive it for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. So now down to council committee and organizational reports. And the next is the warden's report. I thought I would take this opportunity to, for the benefit of those that are viewing us online, just to give a little background about the warden. A warden is elected by the councillors, whereas a mayor is elected by all of the constituents in a municipality. What does a warden do? Well, a warden has special rights under the Municipal Government Act that other councillors don't have, but his obligation is to report what he finds out to the councillors. Every week I review the expenditures of the county and I sign checks. It takes a couple hours to sign the checks. I'm in regular communications with the councillors 7 days a week, and from the councillors to me 7 days a week. I'm in regular communications and meetings with the CAO, sometimes many times a day. I sign letters on behalf of the county, sign contracts on behalf of the county. I'm the CEO of the county according to our policy. Unfortunately, I also have regular communications at this point with our lawyers on the various lawsuits that have been brought against the county. This is taking a lot of time, but we're moving forward. So on top of those regular duties that I do every day, over the last month, I had a meeting along with Councillor Morrison with Simon Boddington, Dr. Simon Boddington in Annapolis Royal, and the mayor and deputy mayor of Annapolis Royal regarding local medical issues, and in particular, times when the emergency department might be closed in Annapolis Royal. I attended a Zoom meeting with mayors, wardens, and CAOs. That was brought forward by the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities because they were disappointed of not having a representative on an affordable housing commission. So that was a Zoom meeting of mayors, wardens, and CAOs, and it ended up being a session with a lot of complaints about the relationship between the municipalities and the province. I was in communication with the office of Stephen McNeil, our MLA, and Dr. Robert Strang regarding the ability of municipal councils to hold in-person meetings while following the health protocols. And I'm pleased to say that Dr. Strang did make a change in that regard last Friday and got back to me personally to confirm the sections of the health order that he had changed. Along with Councillor Morrison, I met with a representative of Zuri, the company which is opening a marijuana growing operation in Cornwallis, and had a tour of the building and reviewed future plans for that operation. I had a very interesting tour of the rink in Bridgetown, being an old hockey player, to become familiar with its operation and recent improvements, which I quite enjoyed. I attended a meeting with Mr. Albert Rice to discuss issues surrounding the waste transfer station that the county now owns. Along with Councillor Gunn, I visited the former and I hope future picnic park in Upper Clements and observed the site of the former Upper Clements theme park with various rides and buildings still on the site. That was a lovely walk. It's a lovely area, and I was pleased to, I was so taken with the area, I went back the next day with my wife to show her. So that's a summary of the warden's activities over the past month, if there's any questions. If not, we'll go on to the next item in the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Warden, if you were reading from something, can you submit that? We can keep it in the file, please.
You won't be able to read my writing, but I can, I'll get it to you.
Thank you.
You can do your best.
Thanks.
Councillor Connell?
We need to receive that for information.
Madam Clerk, should we receive my report for information?
A report was given, so it can be received for information, yes.
Yes, if you're going to move that, Councillor Connell. Is there a second?
Yes.
Councillor LeBlanc? Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Next is the Trans-County Transportation Society report.
Thank you. Just a short summary report of the monthly board meeting of TCTS, which took place on January the 20th, via Zoom. It's short and sweet there. Bookings for their service have been increasing recently, and things are getting back to normal. They also stated with government funding, efficiencies, and the price of gas, that TCTS is in good shape and will end the year with a surplus. Good news. And our next meeting is a week from tomorrow. And I would just submit that for your information. Thank you.
Would someone like to move to receive that for information? Moved by Councillor Sheridan, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. Next, the nominating committee recommendations from the meeting of February the 2nd.
Okay, Western Regional Housing Authority Board recommendation for ministerial appointment. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council recommend Nicolas Vance Musada to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for ministerial appointment as the municipality of the County of Annapolis representative on the board of the Western Regional Housing Authority.
Madam Clerk, just to clarify, we need to do all these separately, do we?
Yes, please.
Okay, so for those people that are watching, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different
Plus one more.
recommendations here in the nominating committee. So the last motion was moved by Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
Margaretville Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Harold Baker as a citizen member of the Margaretville Source Water Protection Advisory Committee, satisfying section 28(5) of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Councillor Connell. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Margaretville Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, not more than 4 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council waive by resolution the restriction regarding consecutive appointments and appoint Harold Baker as a citizen member of the Margaretville Water Supply Area Advisory Committee, satisfying section 29(3) of the policy for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Councillor Connell. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Amend Citizen Advisory Committee policies to allow for greater citizen participation. In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council ask staff to amend all Citizen Advisory Committee policies to allow for greater citizen participation of all residents, not only property owners, where it is possible to do so.
Is there seconds? Deputy Warden? Just for clarification, this came up because there are some committees where you have to own land, and sometimes the person that wants to be on the committee doesn't own the land. It could be in his or her spouse's name. So that's to avoid this issue. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Don had something.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Did you want to say something, Ms. Campbell? I missed you.
I was just going to ask, are you looking for that kind of change in all 16 or 17 of the policies?
That's the way it's worded. Wherever it's applicable is the way I see it, wherever it comes up. Yeah.
So the distinction had been made, I'm sorry, through you, Warden, to council, if I might. So just making sure that I have the understanding, there is a distinction that voters are residents and taxpayers are property owners. And that's why previous councils had not pursued that. But if that's council's wish, I will bring that report back.
Councillor Sheridan?
So in our discussion of the nominating committee, we pointed out that to become a councillor, you don't have to own property, but to be on some of the committees, you do. So it was kind of like, why, this is what we were discussing. Why would you not have to own property to become a councillor, but yet to serve on a committee of council, you have to own property. So that's what was a little bit confusing. So we thought maybe it's time to review it.
Thank you. Councillor Connell?
So you're saying that to be on a committee, you still have to live within an applicant?
If that's a requirement, oh, yes, and it's also a
Yes.
requirement for some of them, for example, Granville Ferry, that for the Granville Ferry committees, you have to live in Granville Ferry, but you don't have to own the property, but you have to live there, that type of thing. Yeah. All right, we've already passed that. So next, Cornwallis Park.
Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council send a letter to Kevin Burnell, thanking him for his interest in becoming a member of the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee and welcoming an application when he is qualified to do so.
Second, Councillor Morrison. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried.
I move pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee that municipal council appoint Benjamin Forsyth as a citizen member to the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, satisfying section 29D of the policy for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second, Councillor Morrison. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
Re-advertise to fill citizen vacancies on the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee and the Heritage Advisory Committee. In accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council re-advertise to fill citizen vacancies on the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee and the Heritage Advisory Committee.
Second, Council Deputy Warden. Discussion? Councillor Bartow.
On the package, there was 2 separate items and they got combined on this motion. I was just wondering the reason for that. And second part of the question was the re-advertising when there was already an applicant. Heritage Advisory Committee.
I know there was a reason. I can't forget it at the moment. Can Councillor LeBlanc or Councillor Sheridan, can you help me out?
Well, I'll attempt it and then Wanda will finish the sentence. During this time, we needed more people for the Cornwallis Park area. And in the advisory, Heritage Advisory, we had an applicant. However, we hadn't advertised and we had 2 other citizens that had given interest in it. So we have to make it equal for all of them to apply for the Heritage.
Right.
Or any committee.
Yeah.
Did I make that clear enough? Or maybe Wanda would like to add something, or you, Mr.
No, I
Barrett?
think my recollection is that we had a vacancy and we had somebody informally submit his name, and we felt that we couldn't just take somebody because they contacted us. We should advertise to make it fair, and we'll encourage the person to respond to the ad. Did I get it, Councillor LeBlanc?
Yes, we had, I believe Wanda will say we had 2 other applicants, but we had never advertised for the Heritage. And then we got another one. So we were only looking at 1. So in true, that to be equal, there were 3 applicants, but we have to look at all 3 to be fair.
Councillor Bartow?
No, the reason I question it, and I understand the process a little bit more by the comments, is that when they were advertised before, that there wasn't enough to fill it, and subsequent to that, I was questioned by one of my constituents about that position. I said there was 1 vacancy, and he put forward an application. So I just assumed that it was proper.
Yeah.
But we had for that particular advertising, we had a specific date, and that application had to be before that date. Now we'll have it with advertising. We'll have another date that he can resubmit his papers.
So policy is prior to filling those vacant positions, it has to be advertised at the subsequent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seeing no other comments, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. One more.
Okay, Heritage Advisory Committee, 3 citizens. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that municipal council send a letter to Stephen Hobble advising the vacancy on the Heritage Advisory Committee is being re-advertised and encouraging him to reapply, and further that the recording secretary contact the persons who previously indicated an interest to encourage them to apply.
Their seconder, Deputy Warden. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried.
Mr. Warden, I have one more motion.
Okay,
We discussed it during our last committee of the whole. We have to correct a little thing that we did incorrectly. And it's basically, it's about the Granville Ferry Source Water Protection Advisory Committee. Note, not more than 2 citizens, policy AM 1.3.6.9. The committee had given direction to Miss Wanda, Miss Atwell to send a letter, but we had forgotten to give a motion. So that's the only difference. So I have a motion prepared. I move that municipal council send a letter to David Gartley, thanking him for his application, explaining that technically he does not qualify to become a citizen member, and advising steps are being taken to try to change the policy.
your second, Deputy Warden, second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that, Councillor LeBlanc. Next, we get to the late additions. First is the legal fees, the summary of the legal fees. Mr. Cotw. You're muted, Mr. Cotw.
Warden Parish and members of council, I had a request from Councillor David Hudson back on 19th January 2021 to provide some information on our what we've spent on legal fees going back a few years on several projects. And so I thought, without getting into too much of the detail on each, I'll give you a figure of, give you an idea of the what it's costing. Apparently, a lot of citizens have been inquiring as well on what our legal expenses have been to date. So what you see in front of you is a high-level look at the total expenses that we've incurred over the last 3 years on some files. So the on the whole internet project, it was $635,000, 950, 635,950. On the Valley waste and the regional waste files, thus far it's 379,795. So for those 2 initiatives alone, we're already over $1 million. On the private school, it's 11,640. And on a total of other matters that we had legal expenses on, $8,080. For those 2 were 19,720, and the total legal expenses incurred have been $1,035,000, 465. So this is just a very high level look. I haven't broken it down into all of the particular times and lawyers and any of that. It's just to give you an idea of what our legal expenses have been, and to sort of highlight for you the 2 major projects that have consumed over $1 million of legal expenses. I'll take any questions, Warden.
Any questions? Councillor Sheridan?
So regarding the Gordonston 11,000, Is it my understanding that that was to be paid back, that it wasn't supposed to be us paying for this? It was supposed to come out of the funding for Gordonston?
To be honest with you, Council Sheridan, I haven't looked at the detail of that expense, but I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions with respect to the legal fees summary? Yeah, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Have we got a good breakdown as to what the fees are actually for? Gee, I mean, it's $60,000 on internet. What was that actually for? Was that for creating that termination for convenience contract? Do we know what that was actually for?
It's everything. It's part of the litigation, and this is what I say. I haven't broken down the costs down to its finite pieces. I can do that at a later stage, but at this, at this stage, I thought I'd just give you the broad numbers on where we're at on 2 files.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Sheridan.
I just want to make a comment. I just want to thank you very much, all of you that worked on this, because we've been asking for quite some time to get these figures. And I truly appreciate the work that went into. I know it wasn't easy. And yeah, finally we have them, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Good. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, I guess there should be a motion to receive that for information. Would someone like to make that motion? Councillor Hudson, seconded Councillor Barteau. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, we have a report with respect to the recruitment committee for the recruitment for the new CAO. Councillor LeBlanc, would you like to fill us in on that?
Sure. We had an ad hoc committee now for the CAO recruitment committee. We had a special council meeting the other day, or no, just a regular meeting, so that we could pick from the hat. We had several candidates in both. We came up with 1 male and 1 female participant for the committee, and our female participant will be Councillor Sheridan, and our male is Councillor Barteau. So they will be working with Mr. Parrott, Warden Parrish, and the CAO to recruit our next CAO.
Thank you for that.
Want me to give something else? I'm done.
No, maybe we should just receive that for information, that report on the selection or recruitment committee. Someone move, Councillor Connell moves. Councillor Longmire seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Old Bridgetown School. Came on late. Councillor Hudson brought that up. Who's going to speak to that? Is it Mr. Cotw or Mr. Hudson? Councillor Hudson, I should say.
Well, perhaps I can start. I guess as I mentioned when I requested that this be put on the agenda as an additional item, that Councillor Longmire and the CAO and myself have received inquiries from citizens regarding the old school. I believe the students left the old school in 2017, and subsequent to that, the property became part of the county's property, or was owned by the county. And I guess I would just like to have some information as to what occurred in that transition. Did the province initially want to demolish that building, as they did with the high school? And if that changed, basically I want to know what has occurred since that time. And I guess more importantly, I guess citizens are looking as to what do we see that's in the future for that building? Or is it going to be listed for sale, or is it going to be used as a county facility, or what?
So are you asking for a staff report with respect to the history?
Yes, yes. And I, if I might add, I believe that Mr. McGinnis has a file on that. And perhaps that report could come from him.
Well, we ask the CAO for the reports, and we'll leave it to him to accumulate the information. Is there a seconder to the suggestion that we have a staff report with respect to that building? Councillor Longmire seconds it. A discussion? Councillor Connell.
Also on that report, I think they'll find that when it was passed over the school to the county, it's up to the county what they want to do with it. Province didn't suggest anything. I think that was just part of the deal that we got it. All schools that are decommissioned automatically, I think you'll find will go back to the county for the county to disperse of how they want to deal with them. But I'd like to know in the report, I would like to know how many service lots, if the school was tore down, how many service lots would be available for sale? Part of that report.
Okay. Note, I see the CAO writing it down, Councillor Connell.
Got it.
Councillor Sheridan.
So we have had this discussion prior, a few months back, and I believe Steve would remember that we were going to place the building for sale, and there were different lots, and there was a discussion on whether to sell the lots separately and the school separate from the lots. So Steve might recall that discussion.
Yeah. Mr. McGinnis, do you recall that?
Yes, there was that discussion previously about putting it up for sale and retaining a realtor to do so. We haven't had an opportunity to finalize that agreement. But I think bringing a report back to bring all the nuances of this building back to council is a good idea.
I don't remember that taking place during my tenure on council, so I think it would be helpful those of us that are new in
pre-election
get brought up to date on the building. Deputy Warden, did you have your hand up?
I did. Just a comment. We were offered $50,000 last year when we put a request for proposals out for that school, and we didn't accept it because we knew the lots were worth that much money around it. There are several lots, beautiful lots around that property, not let alone the school itself. But, you know, there's a lot of lovely lots there, a nice piece of property. A lot of people wonder why we don't put our county office there. I've heard that, saying that'd be a great place for our county office, that we could put all of our operations out of there.
No, you
I think it would be handy to have a report back from the CAO as to what could be doing. Thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. Last week, I had an inquiry from a District 6 business person who asked me to find out the status of the proposal he had made to the county regarding the Bridgetown School. And I'm wondering if that could be part of the study as well, please. Thank you.
Yes, I think the way I worded this suggestion, and it was Councillor Hudson that brought it up, is a staff report on the history and the status. Yeah, hopefully that captures as much as we can. So there's been a motion and a seconder. Further discussion on that? Is there any particular time that we want this report brought back, or should we just make it as soon as possible, or what's council's wish? Mr. Councillor Hudson, you're the mover.
I would, perhaps we could suggest the April committee of the whole.
Mr. Cotw, what do you think about that?
Would that be too tight?
Warden, through you to council, if it looks like it's going to be longer, we'll come back at the March Committee of the Whole to advise for an extension, but we'll aim for April's Committee of the Whole.
So we'll make that an addition to your motion, Councillor Hudson, shall we?
Yes.
Do we recall who seconded the motion?
If the mover and seconder just agree to just include,
Oh, Councillor Longmire, I see you, yes. Okay, that's good. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. That's it for the public portion of the meeting. We're going to go in camera in accordance with Section 22(2)E of the Municipal Government Act with respect to contract negotiations. And would someone like to make that motion? Councillor Sheridan moves, Deputy Warden seconds that we go in camera. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. So there are two motions that, Madam Clerk, would you read the two motions that you have in mind?
first, could I get a motion to add, to amend the order of the day to add Nova Scotia Communities, Culture and Heritage?
There's a seconder to that. Moved by Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Is there any discussion about that? Changing the order of the day? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Second motion, Madam Clerk.
To authorize the warden and clerk to countersign the letter dated February 3rd, 2021, as requested by Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Is there a mover? Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Redden. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Are there any other late issues that somebody wants to bring up before we adjourn? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Bartow moves. Deputy Warden seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.